Okay, we're live.
Welcome to Chapter
I've had too
2,
much sun
Session
this week.
10, son of a bitch, of our Legends of Generica GURPS campaign. I am Gigermann, today's
Hi,
GM.
Gigermann.
Make you lose his 10 character points. All right, bookkeeping. Item number 1. What was it that you decided you were going to do with Brother Tonic's papers? Were you giving those to the abbot?
I thought we were going to keep them because we didn't.
Yeah, I thought those were kept.
You guys are keeping them, okay. Well, what were you doing with them afterward then?
Yeah, what are
We
you
were
doing with
going
them?
to continue his work for the benefit of us, for the Heroes Guild. I think that was the plan.
I don't think that was actually the plan.
Maybe that was
It can be
evil.
the plan.
Maybe that was evil Leo thinking.
I mean, who knows? Maybe we might need to research what he's got for some cure later down the road.
Hmm.
I think that was actually the thinking, where it's like you're gonna, those of you who are capable, we're gonna study it to try to go, how do we counter this if we run into it again in the future?
I'm presuming by people we mean Dustin. Although,
Hey, I
also
got
Getwell.
I guess
I got-
Getwell
I
could
got-
do it.
I got the
Yeah,
herbal side.
I don't
guess the
think
two of
my
them could work
uncle's
together.
not that great, but yeah, team project
Well,
that works.
I think the issue there is Dustin has the greater resources through the Wizards Guild than Getwell does.
Well,
Fair.
Getwell needs to get off his butt and become a proper preacher, proper priest. Take those vows.
Uh,
And
Then
Leo,
cut that circle in your hair.
Leo could
See?
join the research team to make the team look good.
So there's probably no reason Getwell couldn't use Heroes Guild resources for that if he wanted to be the one to study it, in which case Dustin could easily come over and help. That would probably be the most sensible thing to do. But if you do that, obviously somebody's going to ask you what the hell you're doing.
Hey, does this smell like chloroform to you?
Uh-huh. All right. So, but is that what you think you have in mind there as a group?
I think that was the
Sounds
plan.
like it.
What could go wrong?
Okay.
Indeed.
So next item. For the travel related preparation plot point stuff, I am going to cap that from here on at 5,
Sad face.
which you
Wah,
normally
wah.
don't have that many, but after last time I realized there probably should be one. So there you go. Next item. The bow that Leodin got, was that the one out of the basic set? The composite bow out of the basic set?
Probably out of GCA.
Well, the other ones could be in GCA as well. But actually, I don't know that they are. So it had the extra range on it from the longbow.
No, it had extra range from being fine quality.
No, I mean, it had more range than the longbow,
I'm not sure.
because the one in the basic set is got almost twice the range, I think, for the composite. It's not a huge deal, but as I was poking around, I wanted to know.
But yeah, I used GCA to work it out. So whatever the GCA bow is.
So the range on the longbow is 15 and 20, whereas the composite bow is 20 and 25. But anyway, I brought it up to make the point that if it is the one with the extra range on it, that means it is a reflex bow, according to low-tech and or martial arts, which basically means it's a Turkish composite bow. It's one of those.
Yeah, I think we discussed that.
We
last time.
had that
It's not a long
discussion
bow.
a little bit. Yeah, I know. We knew it was not a longbow at that point, but just for style purposes, it's a Turkish bow, so it's one of those that when it's unstrung, it curls forward.
Yeah.
And oddly enough, it's only 1 point better on bulk than the longbow. Longbow is -8. That one's -7.
What would it take for Leo to invent an elven compound bow?
Well, there are other. Oh, you mean compound, not composite.
Yeah, I mean compound.
Some gnomish, dwarvish engineering kind of stuff, probably.
Hey, Murdoch, got a question for you.
That would be disallowed by the GM.
Fair enough.
Slacker.
Worth a try.
Now, Low-Tech does mention a couple of other types of composites, specifically the recurve and the straight composite bow, which are basically give you the same power as the longbow, but in a shorter frame, which is probably closer to what Legolas might have been using, were he using a composite bow in the first place. But that is neither here nor there. At least with your heroic archer, that gets you around the bulk penalties, which allows you a lot of shenaniganry when it comes to that.
Leo is full of shenanigans.
He is indeed. Next item. I don't think we settled that whole cavalry horse thing. So that spare horse we picked up should be a cavalry horse according to basic set, and that is 4,000 GURPS on its own. Now, I don't think horses necessarily depreciate the same way that swords and armor do. So,
well, if we don't want to sell it.
But that's the question. Are you going to sell it?
Yeah, because it was, I think one of the questions we had was if one of the other players wanted to upgrade their riding horse to a cavalry horse. And I seem to recall everybody went, nah.
Well, if nobody's going to actually keep it.
Yeah, I couldn't keep it because Magnus would get all territorial and there would be a dead horse.
I was just wondering who would be the most likely to actually use it.
The guy who already has a much better horse.
I would say Getwell, but he's kind of against riding to a certain degree. I guess Leodin's kind of the same way.
Yeah, Leo's not actually going to ever spend any points in riding. He's going to get riding from one job.
Ah. Okay, well, since Murdoch isn't here to... well, he's not going to keep it, so that is
Meanwhile,
going to mean it will be
12
sold.
points in riding thus far.
So what I'm going to do is add 4,000 GURPS to the party sheet, and we will split that up later. Unless it actually comes up somehow, which I doubt.
Right.
And my only other point was going to have to do with Murdoch and his loot, but since he is not here, he will get no loot.
No loot.
So sad for him. All right. Anybody else got bookkeeping?
I would like to drop a point onto writing.
Indeed.
I am going to use my time spent point for shield, as Kendrick has been kicking my tail, trying to teach me shield like a proper militant priest should know.
Keep your damned arm up.
Man, this thing is heavy.
Yeah, that's totally extra weighted when you're doing that. Yeah, I have 3 points that I am expending. 2 of them are going for our discussion into the maxing out the hands-free writing technique, which I should have had before, and the time use from the writing is going into the staying seated technique. 1 point
Right.
of that, which I also should have had. I keep finding all these techniques. I'm like, damn it, I should have had that.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, as an FYI for Dustin's purposes, since, actually, we just apply to Getwell and Dustin, since you are in fact studying some alchemical formulae and
I also have something regarding
research
that.
notes, you guys have an excuse to put points into that.
Which I was just going to mention. Since I have 2 standard character points, I'd like to boost my herb lore by 1, and I'm
Did he drop or is it just me?
It was
Hello?
not just you.
Okay.
hello.
Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, you cut off in the middle. You
Oh.
like spin a point in herb lore and you
Oh,
And then you
and
cut
then learned a healing herbal or formulae, so I can now make healing potions.
Oh, is that a? I don't think I've seen that.
I think that's how it works, because I think
That's actually a good question. I've never actually looked into that about making the potions.
Types of elixirs are begin on page 213 of Magic, but it doesn't really talk. I mean, they mention herbalism at the top, where it's basically the same thing. I just don't have to. I mean, one of the things that if I mess it up, I don't blow myself up, but I might create poison. Whereas
Right.
if Dustin messes it up, he can blow up his lab. Worst thing I can do is poison myself or someone else
Or the water supply.
or a water supply if I really want to. And mine is cheaper overall, but I also am not as smart as, like, one of the things it says is, I know that mixing these 2 things together make a great healing potion, but I don't know why.
Right. Well, that's cool. I just haven't heard of that, so I
Yeah,
may
you'll
look that
also
But
up
I
want
later.
to look. You also want to look, Mark, on Dungeon Fantasy 1, page 29, because it specifically has, I think, changed costs as if you're buying them. So that I don't know if that applies.
Dungeon Fantasy 129?
Number 1.
Right.
1, page 29.
29.
DF1, page 29. Yeah.
And actually, I think it's not even a matter of a skill point, or is it? That's where it gets weird, because
Yeah, so that's the part I hadn't heard of.
I
Potions
think it is
prepared by alchemists are magical. Ongoing effects are subject to dispel magic versus an assumed alchemy skill of 15. So whatever your alchemy skill is, if somebody hits you with dispel, they'd make the dispel and you'd roll your alchemy, I guess.
Yes, healing is a technical, like the potion is
Right.
a technical skill based off of herb lore. So what it is
It's a
if I
technique.
mess up, so if I mess up, I make poison. So it's still a skill roll. So
But
it's
you're
just
not going to know that it's poison until somebody
until
drinks it.
yeah.
That's awesome. I'm going to hate you.
This could be interesting. By the way, is making some potions over the next month? You don't need to answer that right away. Okay. I think that's probably good enough. So, once upon a time in the land of Clichea, in the kingdom of Generica, in the 12th year of King John the 17th, a month since returning from Cloister Abbey, the company of the Bere are at Castle Royal, having been summoned to appear before His Majesty the King.
Oh wow.
Bum, bum, bum. But hold on, there's a bit of catch up. All right, so catching up. Poppy is adjusting to life at the Oldminster Convent. She's still not speaking much and won't be parted with her doll, which the sisters have determined to be all that remains of her parents.
All right. Does
their
everybody know
last
why
gift.
she's there?
I guess that depends on what you told them. Or are you
I'm
asking
having to
that?
quickly. I was asking. I'm having to remind myself as well because it's been forever. My brain hasn't.
The only question I had in that particular regard was whether or not you brought the other orphans to, or those were seen
I
separately.
would take as many as I could. Yeah, because I had mentioned to Giger after the session that I realized that Kenrick was really kind of uncomfortable just leaving those orphans out in the frickin' middle of the forest. So we determined that he remained in Huntsley for his cousin's wedding, since he saw her more as a little sister than a cousin. So you guys could have continued on to the capital after the mission, and then he went back to the abbey and the forest community where he offered to take the orphans, particularly Poppy and such like that, to the orphanage at the capital that Getwell had, spoke very highly about, and apparently secretly channels all of his monies toward.
Yeah, starting a orphanage.
Starting a thing.
This is one of those another one of those things where I was thinking it could down the road come back to give Kenrick trouble where people are like, surely this guy isn't actually as up and upright and honorable as he seems. I mean, what's behind him having these, bringing these kids in here?
Well, I would probably add to that it's possible a couple of those orphans may not have made it all the way to the capital, as having spent time in Stagwood Castle. They might have had a home or a family that needed them in the area, so they might have been peeled off here and there.
As
But
long
otherwise,
as the kids are sad, are
yeah.
not angry or sad or anything about that. Like, oh, I don't want to go.
So the orphans will have been seen to. At least the better portion of them will be at Oldminster, easily visited regularly.
Right. So
Like it or
Kenrick
not.
is not going to actively advertise this because he doesn't see it as anyone's real business. But since it sounds like Getwell is going to know pretty early on that he brought these kids or these orphans in.
On a semi-related note, Kenrick's cousin Fauna moved away to the coastlands to be with her new husband, who is the son and heir to the Earl of Northing.
Cool.
Another point.
I have to remind myself where the coastlands are in reference.
They are all the way to the west.
They're on the coast.
Indeed. Surprising no one. An Antagonese delegation has been in the capital for a week or so, led by the Crown Prince of Antigonia, Vane Gronwy.
His name is Vane.
Here to deliver a wedding present to the king and his new bride.
Little late.
A belated wedding present. Sorry.
Oh God, I already want to punch this dude.
And to wrap up, just an hour ago, men from the Heroes Guild fetched you guys to an urgent meeting with Valorous, who informed you of the king's unexpected and immediate summons to appear at his court.
He killed him, and now he'd have to hide his body.
The king said, "All right, I can't deal with this frog. I'm gonna whack him." Oh crap! Now what do I do?
You are now in the hallway outside the lesser audience chamber.
Crap! Do we have time to know?
Master Valorous is there with you, as is Master Gigermann, the King's Herald, who has everybody lined up against the wall and looking everybody over. So tells Master Valorous, it's been a long time. Good to see you. And you, Sir Broadchest, straightens up a couple of things. Very
Is
nice.
this Sir Broadchest?
That would be Kenrick.
Oh,
Master Dwarf.
Kenrick, actually.
Let's have the dwarf to the right of Sir Knight here and a bit behind. And do try to avoid glancing to your right. That's better,
And I look
but it
at my
still
phone.
needs something. Master Geet. And the old man appears bearing some fine purple mantles, mumbling something. Thank you, Master Geezer. And he has you all.
Geezer, oh God.
He has you all throw the mantles over your shoulders and adjusts everybody. It's all right. That's the best we can do, I think. How should you be announced? Of course, Valorous will speak up there since he's technically in charge. And Gaiman returns to everybody else. Has anyone done this sort of thing before? Shall I explain the rules?
Just to annoy him, I'll ask him to explain the rules.
And I will promptly give Getwell a disapproving look because we have done this before.
Mostly. So he gives you the usual to-dos and don't-dos.
Quite familiar.
He looks sidelong at Murdoch, who is clearly not paying attention.
He's staring off in the distance. Unfortunately, that's totally putting his scarred part of the face in appearance. If only
Yeah,
he
he
would look in
keeps,
the other distance.
He keeps listing off to the right. And Valorous says, "Shall we?" And the doors open, and he announces, "The Most Honorable Valorous of Heroham, Guild Master of the Heroes Guild and the Company of the Bere." Bere.
Leo will think to himself, maybe whisper to whoever's next to him, why didn't we think of that name?
That is her name, dude.
I mean, beer.
All right. As the doors open and you enter, you see the king and a bunch of other people, including some of his advisors, Arl Sir Warren Hawk of Stronghold, the king's master of war, and Master Umbris Seneschal, whom you have met, who does not acknowledge you directly. And as you guys approach and kneel, first, well, he greets Valorous like an old friend, and the two of them go back and forth a little bit there. says, wishes this had come at a better time. And he instructs everyone to rise and everyone else to leave the chambers, except for Umbrus and Lord Warren. After everybody is gone and the doors are closed, the king begins.
You were wondering, Murdoch is totally going to be like, leave as well.
And nobody notices.
It was that was it Gaydar? What the hell was his name? Gaiman. Yeah, he was like hurrying, discreetly ushering him out with a promise of beer.
But only making him turn to the left.
Yep.
So after everybody's out, the king kind of slumps back down into his throne there and speaks. Says, a messenger arrived this morning. Here, let him read it. And Umbrus hands the letter to Valorous with a nod. And Valorous reads it aloud for everybody's benefit. The short version: an unidentified party declares it has captured Princess Damsel and makes a number of ridiculous demands, like releasing loser Drakeburn from prison, putting him on the throne, ceding all captured territories, expelling the church, yada yada. Before the next new moon, which happens to be in about 24 days, or the princess will be sacrificed on the dragon altar at Summoner's Rock to raise Bernithrax the Destroyer, who will lay down his vengeance upon you, yada yada yada. Valorous barely has the words out of his mouth before exclaiming, "This is madness. Even if they could do it, Bernithrax cannot be controlled. It would consume them first." And the king says, "It gets worse."
Why does he sound cheerful when he said that it gets worse?
It was a very sarcastic cheer. This message was read aloud before the antagonist's delegation. The prince vowed to rescue her himself for her hand in marriage. We could not publicly refuse, but we do not wish it. We want you to save her before the prince does.
Spurring here, does that mean we get to marry the princess?
Here, have another disapproving look.
One of these days, the weight of all those disapproving looks is going to crush you.
It is.
The king will summon Geezer again and count out 5 guild coins for taking the job. And he promises 5 more for bringing the princess back first. And another 5 if unharmed and unspoiled, which he stresses. He will add that success.
It's only 5. It's only a single guild coin each.
So we all turn to get well at exactly the same time.
He just like crumples under all of our disapproving looks.
So I need to start another few columns. Dustin get disapproving, Leon and disapproving.
You could probably just use one column and call it group disapproving look. He will add after that success may additionally be rewarded outside the usual guild coin if the guild master allows. And Valorous nods, says, "As it pleases your majesty." And there's going to be some back and forth with some Q&A, and you will discover that you were requested due to your previous contact with the princess, which basically means she's more likely to trust you and less likely to bail. Also, plausible deniability if the rules end up needing to be broken in the process. Also, Shepherd Timorous, the lore master, and some others were able to scry her location just enough to deduce that she is most likely being held at one of the ruined temples nearby, the Summoner's Rock, but we're not able to determine her disposition or number of captors.
Well, that was my next question. Do we know where she's at? And it's like, okay.
And you will also learn that Prince Vane has already left about an hour ago.
But he has no legal authority to do this.
Well, doesn't not have it.
In the event that Prince Vane should get himself into trouble in his attempt to rescue the princess, should we intervene and rescue him?
Are you going to ask the king that? Or are you just sort of musing?
No, we'll ask the king.
Yeah, that's going to be one of those where he's going to say, like, I cannot make any recommendations either way.
While nodding?
I would say that
Nodding and shaking his head at the same time.
The short version would be he doesn't want an international incident. Other than that, whatever you need to do.
So if he gets himself in a spot of bother, we should rescue him as well.
Totally
Maybe.
thinking bloody antagonies.
I'm sure his rescue would be a political boon.
Well,
For you.
there is that.
They would be indebted. The antagonies would be indebted to you.
No, they're antagonies. They'll invade anyway.
Anybody who wants to can make an area knowledge or IQ -4. That is -4 to either of them. That's a no. That's a yes.
Oh, I didn't realize I was at -4 as well. Sorry. My
The
mistake.
area knowledge or current affairs? Let's see. Do I have
Area knowledge would be better. I don't think
Nuts.
current affairs will affect it. Okay, looks like
IQ minus
You
four.
have default area knowledge equal to
Yeah.
your IQ.
hence the IQ roll.
Hence my area knowledge.
Holy
I
God.
know
Equals-
things. I don't know
Brother.
why it's feverish and -4, but
Well, it's
Doesn't matter
Regardless.
when you roll a 30.
it's a legit crit success. You know all about Summoner's Rock. And you know precisely where that is. Well, not precisely, but you know it's on Mount Greystone in South Mark. And you're familiar with the legends. So as you guys wrap up there, the king adds, "There comes a time, adventurers, when the jewels cease to sparkle, when the gold loses its luster, when the throne room becomes a prison, and all that's left is a father's love for his child. Go now." And before you can-
Annihilate him.
And before you can say anything, Valorous says, "The Heroes Guild will see it done, Majesty."
Bow and exit and go to adventure.
On your way out, Valorous will aside to you guys and say that whatever you need, take it.
I mean, all I'm saying, guys, is he's only placed a 5 guild coin cost on her virtue. I mean,
This.
I'm
Well, there are other. You could probably read into it that if there are other benefits for success, there are probably other penalties for failure.
if no.
Well,
Yeah,
isn't that
it'll be
always the
known in
case?
like 9 months.
All right,
Sooner
so
than that.
I'm
It
sure
is
there's
currently-
herbals.
it's currently the 27th of mid-harvest. And the new moon is in 24 days or so.
Right, we need to get cracking.
So, thing. you've got to do the usual. So, this is basically where you're headed. It is, your best guess is probably going to be about 4 or 5 day ride. It would be probably 6 or 7 if you were walking it, maybe longer. It's also worth noting that today it is very rainy. The weather is bad. So, it was midday by the time you had the audience, so you're already halfway through today.
Well, we are not staying overnight. Get our gear and get on the road.
So, I would like for a volunteer to roll 1d plus 1.
Ethan. Never mind.
It will take you 5 hours to get ready.
Why the hell is it taking so long?
It's a combination of things like delays in getting the provisions and contacting people. Some of this time is going to be spent going back and forth from your relative homes and informing people and doing stuff. This is a base. You will be able to spend plot points to eliminate one of those hours as you have them. However, use those sparingly because you're probably going to need them later. With that, we are going to do the usual travel things. So I need a roll, and it looks like we will begin with Make You.
Can I just say my critical success on the knowing about this place acts as my role?
I'll tell you what, I'm going to allow it.
Woot!
So, well, okay, no, that doesn't work because we're doing the
Fine.
doing the thing. Well, okay, so it was a success by 8. All right, so we'll count that. You start at 8.
Exactly how is it you know so much about this place?
Well, you see, when you're a wayward youth and you try and run away every so often, and you run away to the wrong place.
That's really
Yeah.
far away.
Well, I was very determined.
Since he knows all about this place, I'll give you the short
And
version
in
of
this
the
book that I read about, I read some story about some wanderer person. That's why I ran there.
Lusty
The-
wanderer who nailed every chick he ran into.
You read it too.
No, I'm just guessing that's the kind of book that he would read.
But that's what I'm saying. You read it too, you know?
It was a song about the Bard of Bards. So the basics of the legend here are that it dates back to before the Empire and therefore before the Imperial Church. So back when the Druids were the dominant religious power in the area. And back then when evil first came, one of the heralds was Bernathax the Destroyer, which is a dragon that did a lot of damage. And the druids gathered at Summoner's Rock and basically did some kind of major spell thing that caused the earth to open up and lured the dragon into the earth and closed it behind him. And so he's trapped inside the earth for all eternity or whatever. So the story goes that Riven Pass in Southmark is the place where the earth was split. And there are a number of geysers and hot springs and that sort of thing around Summoner's Rock area that they say is the result of Bernathax being below there, yada yada. And also, there have been a number of attempts by dragon cults and that sort of thing to raise the dragon to obey their commands and whatnot, which have obviously never succeeded.
We hope.
As far as you know.
I
So,
actually meant to-
meta, how much of that is actually true?
we have no idea.
We have no idea.
All of it's probably true.
It's true that the South Mark is not as fertile as the rest of the country.
Has it always
could be
been
the
that?
result. And it's kind of always been that way, yeah. And when I say before the Empire, we're talking like 3,000 years ago.
Oh, yeah, just in time for the world to have been broken. So I meant to ask and failed to do so. I'm presuming that the princess was taken alongside ladies in waiting. Do we have identities on them? He asks with at least a little bit of concern.
Are you saying that your expectation is that they were also kidnapped?
Yes.
Okay. No, they were not. This is another case.
Just her?
This is another case of her slipping out.
Oh.
So she buggered off at some point. As usual, people tried to find her, and then later on this message shows up.
So Kenrick's clearly not going to say it, but the player is clearly thinking he needs to freaking marry her off so they can get rid of this stuff.
That's just pushing it off on someone else.
Yeah, well.
All right, so that was Get Well, Sir Kenrick.
Yep. Go here, do this, do that.
Usual leadership thing. All right, we're up to 10. Is Leodin here or is he AFK? Sounds like
He's
he's
not
AFK.
responding. He doesn't
All right,
like
Dustin.
you. I don't
I'm
like
gonna-
you either.
I'm going to do my usual research on the topography and such.
Okay. All right, so for the research, I want you to roll a d6.
Oh, that'll be time, dude. Oh my god.
Of course. Not +1, though.
No, sorry, the +1 was a holdover from the research
Yeah.
for the library. Yeah.
Well, okay, so that means your base time period is going to be 6 hours. Now, you can use time spent on that to lower that to a maximum of half, which will be at a -5. Will be a -5 to your skill roll, but it'll only be 3 hours.
I am not confident in my ability to succeed with a -5.
On the other hand, apparently you guys are currently looking at 5 hours anyway, so that's not as much. I believe that's going to be a -2.
Okay.
It's -1 per 10% reduction. And Getwell has taken one of his potions and started saying weird things. And is still saying weird things.
Mark.
Sweet.
Oops.
Uh,
Sorry.
What the heck is
Oh,
all
okay.
that garbage?
Yeah, I was thinking library bonus.
Okay. That's
Got something
fine
stuck in my
for now.
keyboard.
It's possible that you guys will end up spending some of those points to reduce that time. I guess we'll just deal with that. Okay, that was Dustin. So Leodin, what is Leodin going to do?
He will do as usual, I think.
I thought he might. So you got 1 for the itinerary, which gets you a 2. Where does that leave us? That gets us 10, 15. Wow. So you guys are going to max out. That's good. You have 5 preparation points.
Yay.
Now, as I said, if you want to reduce the 5 hours you are currently stuck with, then you can spend some of those 1 for 1.
So we're currently at 5 or 6 hours.
5 hours.
If we've got 5, I would at least suggest reducing it by 1, possibly going ahead and going for 2. Because the longer we're stuck here, the dealing with this stuff, the more difficult it's going to be to catch up to the antagonist jerk.
It won't be easy. Actually, I need to add a thing to that.
Although to be fair, if it's raining really badly, that's going to affect him too.
That is true. So right now is everybody agreed with 1 or 2? What's it going to be?
Yeah. What does anybody have any suggestions? What do you think? Hello?
I'm here. We're trying to reduce our time and get out of here, get off the road faster, right?
Yeah, we don't want to use all of them because we're going to end up needing some of them, I bet.
Let's just use one.
Seconded?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right. Then your current time will be -5. All right. So recorded.
-5.
Dang it, Dustin's having to sit. Well, because Dustin spent more time researching.
No, we have a default of 5. So
right.
I'm trying to. Why is it -5?
Oh, right. Should have been 4. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I thought Dustin added an hour.
No, he's doing his research concurrently. That was just a separate timetable.
Gotcha.
All right, so we've got everybody's contributions. Sadly, well, at least you maxed it out without Murdoch here, so I guess that'll be okay. Lost my place. All right, so I will let you guys go ahead and make the weather sense roll. One of you with weather sense can roll off a 14, so plus whatever it is. If Dustin's rolling it, it's +1. But 14 is your group weather sense roll.
Dustin should roll it.
Okay. So when you make the weather sense roll, what you are allowed to do is to lower the effective weather by 1 step. So it will be now treated as passable instead of bad. So you won't lose time for that.
For just us?
Yeah, for just you. Yeah, he's not actually changing the weather. Although Dungeon Fantasy 16 does talk about actually canceling weather with spells. So with that, you guys are during this 4-hour period, doing all your running about like crazy, going back to your respective homes and letting people know where you're going. And also, if you guys are planning on getting any assistance from other guilds and that sort of thing, speak now or forever hold your peace. Otherwise, Sir Kenrick is going to go to the house staff, let them know he's going to be out.
No, baby, I'm telling you, I got another adventure to go on. It's not because I don't want to spend time with you. Of course I want to spend time with you. But my friends, they need me because I'm the hero. You know how it is.
Make tells Grace he's going to be out for a bit, and apparently one of Grace's employees, who's probably not supposed to be cavorting that way. I'm going to assume that you will be taking wagon, ?
Sure.
Okay. Murdoch
That might
will...
slow us down, though.
Probably not in this case. It'll actually speed you up a little bit because you're spreading out the load. But I actually forgot to ask about Kendrick, whether or not he was taking the pack horse. So you did buy the pack horse.
Yeah, well, if it won't slow us down, then yes.
No, it should speed you up, just dividing up the load. And everybody's sorted with horse situations. Those of you that had your permanent rentals can get them. Murdoch is going to the guild, the Smith's Guild, to inform them that he is leaving, and also the landlord. Leoden is going to the Rentley's farm on this very rainy day. And as he is out there letting them know that he's going to be out, he is met with a visitor. Shepherd Timorous, the king's lore master. And as he approaches, he says, "Les suilon Leodan," and continues in Elvish. He does not greet you with the Ranger's challenge, but he tells you that the Circle of Archdruids is aware of your mission, and they are agreed that a union between the Generic and Antagonese thrones will upset the balance. Princess must not marry Prince Vane. He must not be the one to bring the princess home.
I assure you he will not.
A fellow ranger, Recon, has been instructed to meet you in Highroad to tell you the quickest way to Summoner's Rock. You can find him at the Colored Animal Inn.
Is Leo
really
familiar
his
with
name?
the Colored Animal Inn?
Colored Animal Inn. I kind of want to name that, have an inn named
I
that.
can't remember who did. I think that was Preston that said that, and I had to keep it.
Has anyone seen Free Guy yet?
No, not yet.
There's a character in Free Guy called the Dude, and he's like an unfinished AI. So when he waves, he says like friendly gesture.
Right.
Just made me think of this.
You're doing it again, Mark.
And he signs off with Marafarie, and off he goes.
So is Leo familiar with this Colored Animal Inn?
No, he's... What did you roll on the area knowledge? You succeeded,
I succeeded,
but it wasn't that
but
much.
2, I think.
Yeah. You've probably not been in the area. You're familiar with Summoner's Rock to some degree or another, but you haven't been specifically up that way. That's not the capital of Greystone, which is the capital of Southmark. More than likely, you would have
does
been
Leo know
if you went through there?
Does Leo know if going here is going to take us off our path, or is it on the way?
This is on the way. This is
Okay.
actually Highroad. Highroad is the closest major settlement to Summoner's Rock that you guys were able to determine. So clearly they realize that as well. And simultaneously, Dustin, you will go to the Spire to inform the Wizards Council that you are, not the Wizards Council, to inform your master that you will be out for a bit. And you will meet Magister Codex there in the library, and he will say, "It's good that you're here now. You've been summoned to the council."
Is this about a 500-pound book I have to carry again?
I don't think so. Have you done anything
Fantastic.
lately?
Not lately.
And so you begin the long spiral stair climb up to the top of the spire.
Now we know why it would originally taken him 6 hours.
And you reach the council chamber,
Oh,
where
nice picture.
it is not exactly... There's like maybe half of the council is here. Mostly just the bigwigs like Magister Crypticus and Eldric and Magistress Thomia and yada yada. But they all look at you and give you that get over here look. And each in their turn, they say that they are agreed that Prince Vane must be the one to bring the princess home and marry her. She must bear him a son, and soon.
God.
If the worst should happen and a Lionheart child should take the throne, with all the inheritance issues that would bring, it would upset the status quo.
I see. Very well, masters. I shall endeavor to see this through.
You're going to be disappointed.
Most likely.
And as you return to the library, you see that Magister Mentor happens to also be present. And he greets you, and he greets Magister Codex. They clearly know each other pretty well. And after some back and forth, the mission is mentioned, and Mentor decides to cast some runes for you for your quest. And he hands you his amber rune stones and has you throw them into this circle over here. And he looks them over and says, "The prince is taking the King's Road, moving briskly but not rushing. He should make Huntsley by nightfall. But there is also a caution. And as you stare blankly with those deer in the headlight eyes, he says, when victory is securely in hand, it is a moment for reflection." And then he walks off.
You should totally bring the mirror. Reflect. Get it?
Shush! You can't tell him that.
Yeah, but he's
And-
like super smart.
As he walks off, Codex
Joined your channel.
Codex calls after him and says, "I see you haven't changed, Mentor."
Hello.
Oh,
Murdoch
he
suddenly
showed up.
shows up.
Well, he didn't try and steal anything from the king.
Give him time.
And as you're scrambling through the day trying to get stuff done, you will inevitably pass through the low market and see the town crier doing his thing. And you will hear some bits of information like, "Raiding continues. Not only have villages in the northern coastlands been attacked, but also now across the border into the South Mark. All citizens should exercise caution when traveling to the border regions."
Raiding by whom?
Raiders
From where?
from North Raiderland. Although they could be from South Raiderland. His Grace,
Raiders trademark R.
His Grace,
Arr.
His Grace Hyrant Pompous wishes to remind all good pantheonists of the need for charity in these hard times. Offerings can be brought directly to the Beggar's Gate at St. Proclus all days save feast days. And to all healers, take heed. A new breakthrough from Dumont in the treatment of gout is being hailed as a miracle. It involves imbibing vast quantities of beer. Consult visiting Master Brewmore at the Healers Guild Hall for all the particulars.
I'm going. I gotta check this out.
No.
That will take an extra
But-
hour.
You've suddenly developed gout?
No, but I mean, it's a cure for
No.
gout, and I'd like to check it out.
Well, it looks like Getwell's not going to be on this mission then.
Dang it.
All right. Well, we're going to have to share a couple of things for Murdoch's sake, so I'm going to get you that. Paul, have you listened in on anything? Do you have any idea what's going on? I'm assuming that to be no.
Crickets.
Not listening now.
Do you hear me?
Yes. Now?
Okay.
Right. Do you
Was
need
that a
catch
pu-
up?
Yes, I do.
Okay. King's daughter's kidnapped. You guys are going on a trip to rescue her. And the Prince of Antigonia is also going to rescue her. And he has about a half a day's head start on you. And if he gets there, he's going to marry the princess. The king doesn't want that to happen.
Denied. We got to stop that from happening. We need her to marry Sir Kenric.
No.
That would
How
be-
does Murdoch feel about getting one less guild coin?
No.
Uh,
Why?
No reason. No reason at all.
Clearly going to have to whack Getwell along the way.
all right, so with all that done, we have reduced the time, and you have. Oh wait, I didn't remove a plot point.
Is Getwell's father Aramis?
No, Getwell's father is Randall Starkweather.
I'm unknowingly Kenric's brother,
Half brother.
half brother.
All right. So the plan was to leave immediately
Which
once
does make
everything is
sense
gathered.
in a way, because if Starkweather was, kind of randy and like
Mhm.
sired a bunch of children, that gene just naturally passed along. Apparently,
Clearly, you inherited that.
Too late for Murdoch to help with preparation points?
I have instituted a cap, and you guys reached it. So your contribution is not required.
Boo! Boo to caps. We should be able to get the maximum of preparation points.
You did.
We just did.
All right. So, you guys are leaving immediately, and that means if it was midday and you guys had 4 hours, that will make it obviously about 4 o'clock. So, to establish the overall situation, I will inform you that we are doing a chase. This will take place over multiple days. The interval here will be 1 per day. And instead of the usual range bands and that sort of thing, what we will be doing is using number of hours remaining. So the entire trip is going to take around 45 hours of continuous riding. So your standard is going to be 10 hours a day riding. You guys can push that. There are other ways to handle it as well. We'll get into the nitty gritty on that in a bit. But having said that, chase maneuvers are still valid here. So there are some situations where you can pull stunts and that sort of thing. Some of them will obviously not be valid, like mobility or just escapes in general.
Can't just acrobatics over the mountain.
No, you can't. And the chase roll when that happens, will determine whether or not you're going. So the way it normally works is if your margin of success is 5+, you get a range band. In this case, you will get an hour gained on them, and so on and so forth. So right now, as far as you know, you are 5 hours behind.
4 hours.
They left an hour before the meeting, so it's actually 5.
Lame.
And I think that's where we stand. I have a question. Leo has sense of code of honor soldier, but he also has pacifism, cannot harm innocents. Are the antagonies considered an enemy in this regard?
They are not. You are not at war. Also, you're not a citizen of Generica, so even if they were at war, you would not also be at war.
Yeah,
but I have a certain loyalty still.
Now you have a duty to the Heroes Guild by having rank with them. You also have a duty to the Druids by having rank with them. So you have that.
Right. So in Leo's case, he's not going to straight up murder the prince secretly.
He may really want to, though. All right, so you only have to make up 5 hours. That's not too bad. Although you've only got, what's it going to be? Damn it, I don't remember when sundown was.
Leo will also mention we must go to the Coloured Animal Inn. I have a contact there that should help us with our quest.
Tell us more.
That's a good point. How much do you fill them in?
As much as is appropriate with regards to keeping secrecy and stuff. He will say the contact as a shortcut for us.
I don't know what necessarily would be secret here, but I guess druid business is druid business. You could just consider it that way. Yeah, that's probably good enough. Okay, so the sun up to sundown at this time period is 07 to 1900. Therefore, you have 3 hours before sundown. So, the way this is going to work is for the day, this being a partial, I will consider the 10 hours a day normal to be in force as a baseline. And if you push that, you can use what is going to essentially be extra effort and take 2 long-term fatigue points for each hour you extend.
Yeah.
You will get some bonus movement for being on the King's Road since you're headed to or in the general direction of Stagwood Castle. However, I don't think you are going to reach that tonight. You will also have the option of whether or not you're going to stay at an inn and just land where you land in that regard, or whether you're going to camp out and get that extra reach. I have mentioned the weather already. You guys have effectively reduced it to passable for today, so you will not be penalized for that. And
So normally a
That's-
chase is everybody involved is making a roll. That doesn't seem to be
Yes.
the case here.
So I was debating which way to go with that, whether to do the combined margin or just do a group roll based on everyone's writing. I'm going to leave that up to you guys because I'm going to treat the opposition the same way. So what that will mean is either everybody makes a roll and you combine it and take what you get, or one person makes the roll with a bonus for however many people you have there with the skill and whatnot.
I will totally make the roll.
I'm
It's
presuming
going
Sir
to be
Kendrick is
easier.
actually going to do the roll regardless.
I think it'll be easier to do it. Just unless, of course, we outnumber them, so our combined margin is significantly more than their combined margin.
It won't be that good. You don't know who's in his entourage or how many there are, but there's a good chance they're better writers than you are, with at least one notable exception.
So, playing devil's advocate here, if the prince does get there before us and marries the princess, are we to kill him?
That question was hinted at, if not directly asked. And the king's answer was he doesn't want an international incident here.
So make it look like an accident. Got it.
He tripped and accidentally fell on his blade 5 times.
Now, I'm afraid to ask what Sir Kendrick's actual writing skill is right now.
It depends.
What's his base skill? Zach
14. It's only
Yeah.
14.
can't decide whether he should get the extra stuff on that or not. What all was the bonuses that you'd been using?
Plus
Was-
1 because Magnus has the mount skill, and then there's the plus 5 because he likes me.
Right, which is a total of 6.
Yep.
Puts you up to effective 20. I think what I'll do is compromise and go halfway, which will get you to 17. What is everybody else's ride skill, default or otherwise?
11.
Solid 10.
We got 111, we got 110.
Right
8.
skill? That's a thing?
Yeah, riding equines.
8.
8. That's your default.
Correct.
What is ride skill default to?
Dex minus 5.
Is it?
Dex minus 5.
Let's see. If Phil gets the bonus, everybody else should too. What's your dex?
11.
So 6.
So there's plenty of occasions where Getwell puts his foot in the stirrup, sits up, and he's facing backwards.
Yep.
All right. So the current effective group roll is going to be a 22.
That's pretty cool.
Unless theirs is better.
Let's see. Well, if they all get that. Yeah, it looks like it's mostly going to even out. All right. That is, so that's going to be that. Okay. I think we're ready to actually get moving. So, you set out on the King's Road. It is raining like cats and dogs. Been doing it all day. It sucked, but you guys are ready for that. And you know that you do have at least one or two bridges that you are going to have to cross on the way. And first question I have is inns versus camping. How are you planning to handle that? Are you just going to go absolutely as far as possible and fuck it, or how are you planning to handle that?
If this is a chase, I would say we're
Yeah.
probably going to go as far as possible.
As far as possible, it makes the most sense because he's a prince. He's going to be like stopping at inns and expecting hot baths and stuff.
That would probably be a reasonable assumption.
Plus, he's an antagonist prince.
So, first question in that regard for the first round is how long are you going to ride for today? So, as I said, you have 3 hours before sundown. Normally, you would be stopping at sundown. I'm assuming that you're going to push on into the night. How long?
Not extra effort because we don't want to start taking the long-term fatigue.
This is a special case in that regard because you've only been riding for 3 hours so far when you hit sundown.
Yeah, but we're gonna
what's the minimum
ride the next
So your
day,
only issue there is, well, that's true.
What's
your
the
only
minimum
other issue
number of
there is
hours you
you
need
riding
to
in the
sleep
dark.
during the night?
8 hours is going to be the assumption.
So we'll push.
And I'm subsuming a lot of that sort of thing into the long-term fatigue. So
I think
So if we
push
go until 9 o'clock and then we sleep until 5 and get up and go.
sunrise will be at 7, if that's going to affect your decision making in that regard. But it takes some time to strike camp and that sort of thing. So you obviously want to get up a little earlier than that.
I think we should push to the maximum such that we are not going to be detrimented in any way in the morning.
So if you give yourself an hour before sunrise, that's 6 in the morning. That means you need to stop at 10 in the evening, 2200, which is an extra 2 hours. 3 hours.
Right.
3 hours. So total of 6.
That'll work. And Murdoch and Leodin can be the ones guiding the party since we have low light vision.
Make sure we grab tents from the guild.
What is the moon situation?
Stand by. It is currently half
A
and
moon.
waxing. So in a few more days, it'll be full moon. Well, in a few more days. In a little over a week, it'll be a full moon. So light is improving. So you're going to make 6 hours first day and sleep fast. So at this point, we need to do the roll. What did I tell you? 22?
22. Yeah, it's a riding check, right?
Roger.
Nice roll.
Sweet.
Damn. All right. Okay, so you will not know what your progress is as far as in relation to them, at least until you can actually see them. I'm looking, I need to make a note thing.
With a roll like that, do we pass them during the night?
Well, you got to remember, they're rolling too.
You need to roll an 18, Daniel.
And since you guys are doing the group roll, they're doing the group roll. But I am going to go ahead and roll it. which means I need an NPC for that. Where's my master NPC?
You can just roll 3 dice.
I want a proper roll because it's easier than trying to compute. Wow. Okay.
So we tossed them in the night.
No, you didn't.
Later, dudes.
Let's see.
Wait,
So that
wow,
was
it's almost like
that.
maybe you critted or something.
That is going to be that. So, all right. You guys are going to get, well, you guys are going to get an effective 7 hours instead of 6 because of the King's Road. Forgot to add that in. So they are going to get that.
Oh, right. The other thing that Murdoch missed, I think, was did you hear the part where the what is it? The druids told Leo that they can't have the princess marrying the Prince what's his face, and the wizards basically told Dustin the opposite.
No.
Yep, that was also
Surprised they
something
did.
that happened.
So the
Also-
wizards want the prince to marry the princess, and the druids don't want it to happen.
Yeah.
Right.
We have
Also-
a conflict of interest within our party already. Nice.
Also-
What's more important is the Heroes Guild and the King don't want it to happen.
There. Yeah, Valorous made a promise to the king that you guys are going to do what he said.
Does Dustin have duty to the Wizard Guild?
He does.
And to the Heroes Guild.
It may have just
So-
come up.
That is a conflict of interest.
So he's over there, going, I can't, but I must, but I can't, but I must. And we're like, what's wrong with him?
Today,
He's stuck in an infinite loop.
all right, let me see. So technically, if you guys got to 7 hours, that means you passed at least one opportunity to stay at an inn,
That's fine.
but you are pressing on.
We are
All right.
pressing. We have a mission from the king.
You are still on the King's Road on the way to Stagwood Castle, or in the direction of Stagwood Castle. Starting on the morning of day 2, you guys get up before the sunrise and hit the road, or strike camp and then hit the road.
So this is something I'm going to suggest as we're continuing through through Stagwood. You guys continue on the road, and I will break off to go to the actual castle to find out, because I'm kind of presuming that the prince ended up getting there and saying, "Put me up for the night," and see if they've seen him, and if they have, how far ahead is he? And then I
Seems
can
a
catch
reasonable
back
guess.
up, catch up back up with the rest of the group.
Should give you a penalty for that.
Why?
I think I just give you the -2 for doing 2 things at once, because you're not there to get everybody, keep everybody going. It's only a -2.
You're taking the effective move and attack maneuver.
Yeah, kind of. Wonder if you call that a stunt. No, that's not really a stunt. Yeah, I'll rule that. If you want to break off, it should be easy enough to do. Just take the -2 on the end result. So as I had stated, and I will write this down just to make sure nobody forgets it, including
I
me.
forgot it already.
Fetching it. All right, that's your daylight, 07 to 1900. So you are on the road at 07 at sunrise. How long are you going? And again, 10 hours is the expectation, is the baseline.
So it'll be the
All the way
maximum
until
so that
1900
we're
if
not
we can.
we're not messed up in the morning.
Right. Right. You can push farther, and you can use long-term fatigue to buy that. I also will allow you to use plot points to take off an hour at any point during the trip. However, bearing in mind, you may need that for tolls or whatever.
Can we belay our decision until we find out how far ahead our quarry is?
You can wait as long as you like. Yeah, if you want to spend prep points on that, then you can just do that whenever. I don't think it'll matter one way or the other.
Because if Kendrick comes back and says they're a long way ahead, then we might use long-term fatigue. Or it might pay to use long-term fatigue.
Okay. Then if that is definitely going to be the plan, then I will say that Kendrick does return and informs you that they did indeed stay in Huntsley last night. So they were effectively 10 hours ahead of you. Or
10
they had
hours.
a full...
What?
Let me rephrase. They had a full 10 hours. Actually,
Yeah.
they should have gotten a little bit farther than that.
So they're 10
Which
hours ahead.
means- Yeah.
But they only left
How
like
did
5 hours
they
before us. Or 6 hours
they
before us.
gained 5 hours?
No. They had a full 10-hour day, which means they're 3 hours ahead of you because you had 7 effective.
Right. So they are not as far as they would have been if all things were equal. Right. So we're going to continue on.
Right. So just so it's clear, and I'm going to write that down just so I can have it, is you are currently 3 hours behind them, according to your estimate.
And it's going to be 5 days. I don't think we need to use long-term fatigue.
4 or 5. It depends on how far ahead you want to get of them, because you could get way ahead of them.
Yeah, we get way ahead of them, and then rescue the princess, and then head back to the castle, and never see him. That'd be ideal. Where he wastes a lot of time looking around for her, and then finds out, nope, sorry, your princess has been saved, and she's already back home. No marriage for you.
So let me ask a question. Has anybody asked what the princess wants?
She's not available.
Yeah, she's not there
She's been
to
captured.
And that's not how medieval societies work.
And that's not how medieval works.
I'm a progressive dwarf.
Okay, we're leaving him behind.
All right, day 2.
Can't have progressives in this organization.
So the plan is just 10 hours flat, or are you going to push it?
Probably push it a little bit. I mean, we don't need to go into long term, but I
We
think
just need to make sure we get 8 hours of sleep a night. Right?
Well, if
Correct.
you travel more than 10, you'll take the then you'll have to take the fatigue.
I will assume
It's not just a daylight issue. It's I've been riding for more than 10 hours issue.
I
How do
will
I
assume
learn to
that
sleep in the saddle?
that's easy. You
this
just
guy-
close your eyes and-
this guy's a rich kid. He's going to be looking for comfort. When they set up camp, they'll be setting up his big tent. They'll be doing big food.
No,
and
they're going to be going for inns and stuff, I bet.
so
But if they can't, you're right.
Still.
You're going to be set up a pavilion and
So we'll be able to travel faster in that regard, since we just
Possibly.
set up camp, break camp.
Yeah, I agree. Just travel as far as we can without fatiguing ourselves.
So 10 hours.
10 hours.
All right. I'm on the wrong document. Today's weather is passable. One of the weather guys can make the weather sense at 14.
It's Dustin.
Coming up.
Which is probably going to be Dustin.
Is he the only one with weather sense?
What's that?
Is he the only one with weather sense?
Leo has it.
No.
Dustin's better.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he's getting a bonus because Leodin's helping.
Right.
All right, so that will improve by 1 step, which is going to get you guys an extra hour. So
Yay!
you will have an effective 11 for the day. You already got your bonus for the King's Road last night, and I think that is it. And you're not pushing it.
Here we go.
So let me see. Okay, you already rolled it.
Yep, and that's
Nothing
with
else
minus
roll as
2.
well.
Because of the breaking
Gotcha.
off.
Okay, where'd my damn thing go? That's not what I want. Well, my NPC can. All right, that is that. Okay, so you did 11 to their amount. All right, that gets you a total of 18 versus their that. So we are at that. And that is settled for the time being. Now let me think. Yeah. Okay, that puts you at 18, which means that you have passed. You passed Stagwood Castle, and you are actually all the way out of the Earldom of Huntsley and starting to enter the Earldom of Roxley, which is the domain of the Marshal of the Woodlands, which Sir Kenrick knows this guy pretty well. He actually fought beside him at Crownsford and all that. So whether, yeah, we did all that. You guys didn't do any other maneuvers, so you are at 18. Let's see, is there a stop there? Okay, yeah. You passed by a town back there, but you ended up past it. So you'll be camping again.
Yep.
And that will be day 2.
Comfort and concealment.
All right, day 3. You guys wake up about the same time early in the morning and get ready to hit the road.
What's our crappy weather like today?
Today, the weather is passable again. You may make the weather roll again to downgrade that. Should you please?
I do indeed.
Ooh, good roll. What's the asterisk for?
I don't know. It's on several of my skills.
Oh, you inherited that from
Yeah.
Carrie. Yeah, that's indicative of, he did that if he's like, I've used this skill, so I can potentially improve it.
All right. You guys will get the bonus hour for perfect weather effectively.
Wow, is it only one? That's too bad.
Yeah, it's 10%. Okay. So you guys are still not in sight of your quarry at this point. On day 3, you are going to be in Roxley for a while. And it is lumpy terrain, but you are on average road, so it's no worse as far as terrain goes. And that's that. So are you guys trying anything funny?
Nope.
Are you pushing?
Not beyond the no, we're not going for the long term. No.
All right, then you can make the roll. Yeah, do.
Woo,
And a good
yeah.
All right, that is gonna be that, which I believe is that. All right, so you guys are going for an 11 effective again, which is going to put you at a total of 22, 28. Okay. Given that, two things. One, by the end of the day, you do in fact see riders ahead bearing the arms of the House of Granwy.
We should just casually pass by them.
You're not caught up to them yet, but you basically see them every time you crest a hill. You see that flag out there, way like on the horizon.
You know what's going to happen when we pass them? They're going to start speeding up, and then we're going to start speeding up, and it's going to continue until we're at like a gallop.
Yeah, but they don't know who we are, so we might just be, yeah.
Indeed.
I don't know that they would know we were on the same mission.
We know a rough number of peoples.
Yes.
Yeah. What is your LFIC?
You're gonna count. You're gonna count 7.
I see 7 corpses in the distance. I mean, individuals.
Future corpses. All right. So today you are at the 30 hours mark, which means you have about 15 hours left. So a little over a day. About a day and a half, depending on weather and that sort of thing.
How close are we to the Coloured Animal Inn?
About that much. The Colored Animal Inn is at Highroad, which is your destination before you get to Summoner's Rock.
All right. So the contact has a shortcut to Summoner's Rock.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So that is day 3. So as I said, by the time you guys wrap up, I believe they're actually going to be at an inn up there. So there's an inn probably another hour out, which technically you could make. And if you actually stay at the inn, I'll give you one of those long-term fatigue points back.
Those long-term fatigue points that we haven't used.
Exactly. If you went one more hour to reach that inn, then you would take 2, and I will give you one back if you stay at the inn.
But that would potentially put us at the same end that the prince is likely at.
That will exactly put you at the same end that the prince is at.
Why do I have this feeling that the GM wants us to do that so shenanigans can ensue?
The GM doesn't care one way or the other.
That is a bloody lie.
I didn't like the
That's
tone
an
of
interesting
voice.
question. If we cause them to slow down in some way.
That would be a stunt.
I
We can
like
let
that
could
idea.
little
I mean,
horseshoes
that
on the
might
horses down.
Deliciously.
What
Just-
happened to their saddles? I mean, they're all destroyed.
That
Oh,
would be
man.
dishonorable.
Only
Why would
for
you
you.
do something like that?
Only for you. You go away.
We slash their horseshoes.
Kenrick, go look over there. There's something honorable to do.
There's evil over there. Go kill it.
I need a new party.
Hey, we appreciate you to the extent that we're willing to get you out of the way so we can do the stuff you're not willing to do.
Something in there that also is the reverse. We appreciate Murdoch in the fact that he can swing an axe.
So is that what we are looking at doing then?
So if we do that, we're going to be down 1 long-term fatigue,
Right.
But it's only one.
but only
As
one.
opposed to a bunch. You could potentially make that up.
How would we make up long-term fatigue? Other than resting a little bit longer.
Wait, I have an idea. How many days
I
are
know.
we traveling?
Sorry, what?
This is the third day.
And about approximately how many more days do we got going?
Day and a half ish.
Nuts. So I wonder if I could hit us with restful sleep. And
I don't know what that
Just-
does.
hold on.
Yeah,
You
I
need
don't
that
remember
quick
either.
travel spell.
Healing slumber. as a
Dustin
That
has-
was
to-
Dustin who had
Dustin
that.
has that spell. However, as
Yeah,
we determined, it
usually
takes a
8
really long
hours.
time.
No, I don't have
But
restful
fatigue
slumber.
is recovered at double the normal rate. You sleep 8 hours, but your complete any fatigue lost from sleep is also
Yeah.
completely recovered after that time.
Well, the
Okay,
long-term
let's-
fatigue isn't necessarily all sleep related, but I might be willing to let that one slide if you used it. How much do you have to cast that?
I could cast it before I would. Let's see how many times. Let's see. It's a pretty hefty one. I
You've also
think.
got the horses to consider here too,
Right, but where the 4 horses, we're not having to worry about fighting in.
but they have more endurance than you do.
I can cast it 3 times
Damn, that's
in one night.
Murdoch doesn't need it. He's okay.
that's too bad that nobody has long march. Halves the subject's long distance travel rate.
Yeah, I could cast it 3 times.
Dustin has
but
it.
That's really going to.
No, I don't have Long March.
You did.
Nope.
Well, what spell was it? Because there was one, unless you removed it.
I have not removed any spells.
No, you're thinking quick march, Daniel.
Quick march.
Doubles the subject's long distance travel speed. At the end of the day's travel, he loses 10 fatigue points and
Right.
must sleep.
I don't see that on his damn list.
Yeah, I wonder how did that happen?
I wonder if he removed it or something. Huh. Well, you didn't want to do that anyway. All right. So
I mean,
the plan-
alternatively, I could probably have cast it over time, like hit, a couple
yeah,
people
I
with
mean,
it the first
you
night.
know,
hit
you
the
know you're
next
going to
two
have at least
another
one more
night.
night at camp that you could actually do that and hit
So-
everybody else with it. So
So
that's up to
the
you.
worst that we would be is potentially 1 each instead of 2.
Yeah, that is the worst case scenario at this point. Assuming you actually do that, you push, and then you go stay at the end.
I'm willing to. I mean, because I can probably hit. Yeah, I think I can do that.
You can make it work.
All right, let's do that.
And me and Landon, I definitely don't have any qualms about shenanigans that would slow down the other party.
What?
Oh
right.
gosh, there's a prepared image.
What?
Gosh.
This is a generic roadside inn image.
Uh-huh.
I've used it multiple times.
Yeah, I actually do recall that. This is the same image that we got when Mark got wagon.
No, that was a different one.
I think you're wrong, but okay.
So yeah, you guys push on, and it's not even really getting dark yet by the time you get there, and they will put you up for the night in a common room because they don't have that much room because they're hosting the friggin' Prince of Anagonia, and they make sure you know it.
Who's they?
Well, a little bit of the a little bit of them and a little bit of the people that work here.
I'm thinking we allow them to get extremely blitzed.
Now
by
they
providing-
are currently up and about and doing stuff. They are getting drinks and that sort of thing. There's some tables outside and whatnot.
Can I assist with their
With a what?
carousing?
Can you assist with their carousing? I don't think that's what you mean.
Yeah, I want to get them more drunk so that they
That's
have
not
a hangover
assisting
tomorrow.
with their carousing. That's using carousing to cause them a problem. All right, so
exactly.
to avoid getting into the weeds, what we will do is this is going to be a stunt for chase purposes, and that stunt could be based on carousing or whatever you guys decide is going to be your primary mission here. But actually, what you could do is call it a force. This is going to be a force, depending on what you're trying to do. You're either going to try to trip them up a little bit, or you're going to try to get them screwed up altogether.
Honestly, if we were to have Landon stealthily go into the stables and slice all of their saddles, they would definitely have issues the next day.
That might not slow them down that much.
I was thinking working out some way to give all their horses dysentery.
You guys are
Poor
scum.
horses.
That's just rude.
They're kind of scummy. It's all the
I'm
non-humans.
telling you.
That
telling
would
you,
work.
That's true.
I like
It
that
is all the
idea.
non-humans.
I
Well,
like
no,
that idea.
Mark
Brother
Getwell's also a piece of crap.
Hey,
Hey, Getwell
Has it
is
ever
our
occurred to
alchemist,
you
right?
that the rest of us are normal? It is just Kenrick that's not.
I also still have an alchemist fire that I
If
could
you-
throw into the
no,
stable. right before we leave.
whoa. That's like, I'm gonna like walk up to the lion and like leap over it.
No, he's not leaping over it. He's like taking a plane over it.
All right, let's establish some particulars here. First thing, is it going to be a force or a stunt?
What
Jump
is
for
the
a little
difference
bit?
between a
Or
force
you're
and
going
a
to try
stunt?
to stop
Yeah.
him entirely? A stunt or a force is going to force him into a wipeout. A stunt is just going to be you're going to do something crazy to get a head start on him.
I would say
I don't
more
think
of a
we want
stunt.
a force. A force may seem a little too obvious that somebody's trying to stop them, whereas a stunt could
Right.
be just come across as, well, that's ill luck or bad fortune. So I say stunt.
Stunt it is. All right.
Quick
What are you-
question. I have a
Go ahead.
question angled mostly towards Dustin. Is your spells are based off of liquid, right? Question mark.
He makes the drinks stronger.
That's what I was wondering. It's like if you
I
could,
don't think that would actually work.
Well, I'm not. Henrik wouldn't suggest it, but I was just wondering if there was something that was potentially doable.
Well, I'm just thinking not mechanically.
Well,
Chemically,
so we have
I don't-
we still have a couple options here. We have carousing, and we just get them overly drunk so that they are delayed in the morning.
How good
Well,
is your
of course, that's
carousing?
Of course, that's
The-
your idea.
Well, the second option is we, like I said, we sneak into the stables and we kind of cut or snip at their saddles so they fall off their horses and stuff like that as they're traveling. That will slow them down.
All right. So, for the record, influence in this case, which you would be using carousing in a sort of influence way. The prince is status 6. You are status 0, which means your attempts to influence him to party is going to be at a -6.
I don't need a have him party. I need his party to party.
That's better. Some of them are going to be higher status as well, but some of his men are not going to be that high up.
I mean, they have 7 people, right? If we delay at least half of them where they're all having headaches and stuff like that, that will slow them down.
That's fair. So you'll only target the ones that are within reach. All right. Anybody else got anything to add to that? I have no problems with other people assisting in this case, and that assistance does not need to be with the same skill.
I will be creating the barrel of wine that they will be drinking using water to wine.
So
Can
you're
you
gonna
make
be
it super
casting
potent?
openly.
That's true.
And the
Yeah.
only reason
The
I mention that is because you guys are, at least on average, reasonably smart. You know that they don't know who you are. And if they do know who you are, that might cause them to start resisting.
You know, guys, it's the darndest thing. I just went back to the stables to check on all our horses, and I saw their horses all had small little holes in their head. They were all dead.
I hate it when that happens.
With the they don't know who you are thing in mind, as soon as we arrive and Kendrick has seen to Magnus, he is probably going directly to. Wait, you said common room. That's not where everybody's drinking, is it?
No. The eating and drinking is outdoors.
Right.
And there is a large room where they are putting the lot of you up together. In fact, some of you are going to have to share a bed.
Do our alchemists know of anything that we could use to spike their drinks?
Yeah, because I would like to minimize Kendrick's even presence. I mean, he is the king of the bronze and all.
Yeah,
So-
maybe a sleeping herb that I can find locally.
So should this be more of a stealthy thing that we're doing because and we're assisting Leodin with whatever he's trying to do?
Okay,
Because Leo
I
could
think
easily
we should,
stealth around and
spike
spike drinks.
Spike their food.
You guys really need to focus on one mission. So
I think it's
and I'm
probably best.
mostly
if-
pointing all there.
I think we
So-
should spike their food with something that will knock them out. Between myself and Dustin, I'm sure we can come up with some kind of either alchemical or
All right.
herbal stuff.
So
Murdoch could easily
whichever
use his drink. You know, make them drink.
whichever
Well, I'm
one whichever one of
also-
you whichever
I'm
one of
resistant
you
to
has
poison.
whichever one of you has the higher skill level could make the roll. The other one could assist with the alchemy as well, or not alchemy in this case. This would be herbalism or whatever.
Herbalism, I do
Esoteric medicine, I think. This
North
isn't actually alchemy unless you're actually casting spells. Murdoch can also help with the delivery of that by using carousing to assist as well.
And
I
Leo will
suppose Leodin
stealth.
could also do something sneaky if he wanted.
Leo will stealth to deliver the package.
I can live with that.
My only issue is my herb lore is a 10.
You guys got bennies, and you got preparation points, so
Oh, all right. I say we go for it, right?
all right, you got one assist. Dustin could help with a default, potentially. He's smart enough.
What would the default be?
So I think that's right. It would be herb lore, in which case the default would be
There is no default for herb lore.
Is there not?
No.
Alas.
I guess
Maybe
It's
just
mutually-
a generic. Maybe just a general IQ roll.
You got a naturalist or
Negative on naturalist.
Yeah, he's not that kind of guy. I'll say, how about alchemy at -4?
Alchemy -4.
It's semi-related.
Oh, so close.
Benny's.
Yeah,
That's
but Benny.
Good Benny. At
Oh,
that.
sure, I'll drop one.
Damn it! Where'd that go?
so I'm at a +3.
All right,
Keep in
so
mind also,
Dustin's throwing a
guys,
Benny at it.
we need to be out of here really, really early in the morning.
All right, so Dustin's going to Benny that, which means you're going to be +3 to the end roll.
Woot!
All right, so that is your stunt roll. Oh, I should have put you should have penalized that.
Oh.
All right. So I'll at least get you get you the bonus for that, so you'll get an extra hour. Assuming that they don't well, they're not going to be able to counter that. Yeah. You'll get an extra hour. Or they'll lose one. Okay. Having said that, so you guys are in the process of partying up the lesser of the men, the antagonist men, and while you are doing all that, at some point during the evening, I guess at that point, the prince had gone outside and has returned in an absolute fury. And he basically,
Oh God, what did Magnus do?
he basically pops over and demands to know who owns that foul creature in the stables.
Which foul creature?
It spat on me.
Lady Wagon. Woohoo!
Well, we know it's not Magnus because Magnus would have bit him.
Does anyone own up to it?
Yes.
It's like,
Don't
Belongs to
worry,
my
Prince.
company.
It's a natural lubricant. Go and get yourself a whore
I'll
now.
be like, it's a sign of acceptance.
He's going to interrupt you, and he demands the creature be immediately slaughtered for its insult.
It's an animal. It can't insult.
Yeah, it's like what? Like, are you? You're kidding, right, my lord? You're claiming that an animal is
Prince.
intelligent enough to.
He is a prince of
choose-
Antigonia, and he does not kid. He demands it be slaughtered right now. And if you won't do it, then I will have my men do it.
Prince, you're telling me you can't take a little spittle? Boy, you are such a boy.
Oh my God,
So you're
dude!
going to insult him then.
Oh boy.
I've been spit on by this
In D&D terms, he has a charisma
this
of
donkey
6.
multiple times. I mean, come on. Really? You take it one time and you get this pissed off because you're
I
a
was going to
bald,
say,
mighty prince?
my goodness, I was going to
Leo.
sit there and
All
so
right.
totally try and
Hold
switch
it, hold
it
it,
around.
hold it.
And
All right.
as a
Let's get organized here.
oh boy,
Let's not step all over each other. So since this is Getwell's situation, really, I'll let him start.
I was going to fast talk it to us as a. It actually has the spittle of such creatures, or to be spat upon them, is actually a very rare thing, as the spittle itself is known to soften the skin, brightening and clearing up and making one much more the skin more pleasant. That it is a rare creature, as he can see, and being as such is extremely valuable, and to be spat upon is a good thing.
And you should add, but since Murdoch has already done I've been spit upon it by multiple times, and
He was much
you incorporate
uglier.
that. It's like both
he's
sides
been-
of his face were like this.
Yeah, both sides of his face were. Yeah, exactly. Ha ha.
Okay, don't roll anything yet. Let's collect our thoughts. All right, so I'm gonna give you a -1 for starters for Murdoch's attempts to help. Is anybody going to contribute?
Well, Leo has a plan. He's going to stealthily just exit as everyone's getting all heated and stuff. He's going to exit, go to the stable, and he's going to relocate Lady Wagon.
Oh, okay.
Dustin is going to try to play off his Wizards Guild rank and say, "Yes, indeed, Sir Prince. I've been studying some elements of this creature as we've been journeying with it, and I do believe that he is correct in what he's saying."
So you will be reinforcing with your own fast talk, I take it?
Yes.
All right. Let's see. Is Kendrick going to do anything? Or is he just going to stand there and look stoic?
He is probably going to be, looking at turning to Murdoch and doing the stop talking.
Okay. I tell you what, you can give me a leadership and I'll let you cancel his.
I can try.
All right. So all of you make your assist rolls. Except for Murdoch, who has already assisted.
Can I use that as part of an intimidation roll?
No. Laodin, since he's not directly involved in the influence attempt, he'll be doing something else. But he will be sneaky while he does it. And that will do. So will get a total +1. I will not count the rank in this case because you're not actively trying to influence him that way.
In fact, my lord, if it would be in your pleasure, I can have some of it bottled for you.
All right, and let me see, where is my NPC? So, and here is his resistance. Oh my god.
He wants multiple bottles.
Oh, he wants more.
He does, or he's he
No,
pauses and he's like,
he's not.
How much would you want for this thing?
First off, he's you can see the visage change first level to confusion. What? This doesn't make any sense. And then as you keep going and Dustin pitches in and Kendrick gets Murdoch to shut up for a second, and then he turns to his mates there and says, "Is this true? Have you heard of this?" And they're like, I don't know what the hell that thing is. And no, he's not quite bad off enough to want to start bottling it up yet, but he'll wipe it off with a cloth and start looking at it, trying to decide whether or not he should wipe it on his face or something. And otherwise, he will leave you alone for the rest of the night and basically try to stay away from the stables.
Well,
also attempting to try to figure out, do I wash this stuff off? Do I leave it on?
Well, as he's doing that, Murdoch will be like, "Can I have that handkerchief? I want to wipe it on my bad side."
You're gonna ask the Prince of Antigonia to borrow his hanky.
Because I need that spittle for my bad side.
No, it's his.
But I need it. He doesn't have scars like me. See, my
All right.
good side is better. I mean, look,
All right.
see, that's
If
what
you-
the spittle did.
if you want to, I'll let you make a roll, but that's going to be savoir-faire high society, and that's going to be at a -6.
I'm not making a roll. I'm just that's what he was saying.
That's if you're saying something like that, you're attempting to get him to give you something. Then
I'm not really actually wanting it to get him. I'm not really wanting it. I'm trying
but he's
to.
going to think you are.
Exactly.
Yeah,
To
you're
make
trying
him.
to influence and believe that you are actually wanting something. That's the problem in your
Well, what I'm
the
trying to
attempt
do
is
I want him to.
I know what
because
you're trying to do.
I want him to actually wipe it on his face.
I know what you're trying to do, but what you're trying to do is going to get you in trouble.
All right, never mind.
And I think Sir Kenrick will stop you.
and
Stop
Getwell
talking.
will kind of play this card if he needs to. Sleep. Or attempt to.
Does that work for sleep?
Well, it's fall down. It's like one word commands. It's like the command.
Well, I was just wondering if it would actually put you to sleep, because I think that would probably
It
fall
is
under
like
the...
it does say sleep for like one turn or something like that.
Is it? Okay. I was going to say that at least one of the prince's mates there kind of gives you guys a look later. And
Okay, maybe not sleep. It says drop it, look, wait,
Yeah. And he gives you kind of a nod and a thumbs up.
So he clearly thought it was hysterical.
All right. Well, with that interruption, we go on to the morning of day 4. And you guys are going to scream out of there absolutely as soon as possible, I presume.
Oh yeah.
Too bad we didn't have the scene.
We're gonna have to meet up with frickin' Leo, who is like gone and got the wagon and said, "You know what? I'm gonna stay way out over there."
It's too bad. I would have liked the
Right.
scene where we're all spitting into a bottle just to make up the volume of spit needed.
Right? it may not be
FYI, as you get up in the morning, it is definitely looking stormy and it's going to be bad weather today. So, we will start with the weather roll.
There. Thought I misplaced it for a second.
Good roll. All right. You will downgrade it to passable. You will not be penalized. With that, you guys are going to leave, and how long are you going to march for? Ride for, whatever.
Full time without fatigue, right?
Now, yeah, I didn't wrap that up. All right, so you guys pushed it, and you guys are all down 1 long-term fatigue, except for whoever Getwell will have cast spells on. True? Question mark?
true.
Okay, who did you
Probably-
cast on?
We'll start with I want Kenrick and Murdoch and Leodin for sure to be the most rested at the end of it. So the first night it will be Dustin
Right.
and myself.
Okay. Oh, you're just splitting it up.
Yeah, because
Gotcha.
I the most I could probably do is 3 castings because it's a 15-minute
Right.
per. So I'm gonna have to kind of cast, wait. I can cast
Okay,
twice,
well-
wait, and then
Given that you can break it up like that, I'm not going to make you roll it. We'll just assume that you've done so. So
Okay.
you guys can remove that fatigue point. And we'll just consider that settled until it isn't. So you guys are just going to do the 10, or are you going to push it? Bearing in mind that you'll get
Well, we're already
a
ahead
bonus.
of them, right?
yeah,
Do
but
it?
if we
Yeah.
we want to be
Well, you are going to get ahead of them.
Yeah, so we're already at
Unless you
10.
Yeah, so the base is 10.
He adjusted the weather.
And he fixed the weather, so you're not going to be penalized.
How much did we
And-
delay them?
And the stunt does what? How is that going to affect
Decided
the
that
roll?
will be, they're going to be down an hour
Okay.
in addition to
Then-
the contest.
Then we're basically at 10 hours, I guess. If we could go for 11, that'd be or get 11, that'd be ideal.
Well, if you want to push it.
And I don't want to take. Wait, if we do that, what does it take to reduce? If we burn a preparation point on the pushing, does that get rid of everybody's long-term fatigue for that extra hour?
Yeah.
Okay, then that's what I would recommend. Where we go at least 11 hours and we burn one of the prep points, so we're down to 3.
I like it.
Everybody agreed?
That works.
Done.
Okay.
All
Let's
right.
see
So
how
you
this.
guys are 11. Not as good. but
It's
they
the
have-
mediocre roll.
They haven't not been rolling that well. So this is the one where they turn it around on you, I'm sure. Yep. Yeah. Well, given that this is a contest, the margin crit doesn't count.
Nope.
So they beat you by 5,
But they lost an hour, so
but they lost an hour, so they're
nothing
basically going to
changes.
even out. Yeah.
So
If we
we will
burn
be
a-
ahead of them by an hour.
If
Yeah.
we burn, does burning a Benny help in this situation?
Well,
I
yes,
don't think
it
so.
would.
Would it?
We would have to burn.
Because that one point would put them down to 4 up on you, in which case that's not an extra hour.
Okay. In that case, then Rick is going to burn a Benny to get that success by 12 instead of 11.
Henrik is burning a Benny. Wait, damn it. You had 3, didn't you?
I did. Now I have 2.
All right. So that means that
We're 2 hours ahead of.
And we're also
You-
down to
no.
3 pep points.
that means that they are still an hour behind you because they didn't make it up. Because they beat you before, so they were going to gain an hour, which would have basically evened out. And now they're going to stay
But
an hour
they're
behind,
also,
which is 2 hours. Because they're only going to make it 9 because of the delay.
Since we are ahead, is there any
So, yeah,
opportunity to, if there's to sabotage their travel? So if we're going over a bridge, can we sabotage the bridge? Or
No.
if there's a ferry, we can pay the ferry master to take half a day off or something like that?
You know that people have to maintain those bridges, and if you break it, they're going to be super pissed.
Well,
Can we chop
The-
down a tree?
if there's like a ferry master, maybe
That
we
would
can pay the
also
ferry
be
master to
too
take
much.
time off.
Yeah, it would take it off a lot of the time. But it would be effectively a stunt, but it would be really hard to pull off given the amount of time it would take to do it, and the fact that it will upset everybody that lives in that area. Because you guys aren't the only one on these roads.
All right, well, if there is something like a ferry master, then maybe we can pay him to have some difficulty with his ferry when the prince turns up.
Well, you guys aren't crossing anything that needs a ferry. Not up here. You're in the mountains now. In fact, I was going to total that up. So you are now at 34 plus 7 is 41. So you are all the way into Southmark now. You're actually about 4 hours short of the destination by the time you wrap. Where is my damn pictures?
So we're an hour ahead of them or 2 hours ahead of them.
So, to reestablish, you are 2 hours ahead of them, and you have 4 hours remaining to reach your destination.
How quickly
Man.
can we cover 4 hours pushing it?
In 4
That
hours?
would end up with like 8 long-term fatigue points. That would kill us.
Okay.
We have a shortcut. Potential shortcut.
Well, that's after you get there.
Yeah, plus, again, Rick would not suggest this, but the player will. Leo could also totally ask the ranger to sell them the information, sell the prince the directions that are not the shortcut.
Mm-hmm. And since you are going to arrive before they do, unless some miracle happens, then you've got plenty of time to take care of that.
Yay!
All right, so what are we on? So this will actually be day 5. And you know that you have 4 hours left. Let's see, weather today is perfect, so you cannot improve it. So you will get the extra bonus on that, so you'll arrive before, like, probably an extra 30 minutes. And that's... So you can make the roll and see if you can improve.
Meh.
Yeah, well, theirs is more meh. Okay, you beat them by 3. It's not enough to change the range band, but you've maintained your lead. So the end result.
If we beat them by 4, does that change the range band?
Yeah, but do you need an extra hour?
I'll burn a Benny. Give that extra hour.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. So that's no. You need 2 actually to fix that one.
Oh, never mind then.
All right. So ultimately, you are going to arrive before noon, and you've got about 2.5 hours before the prince's entourage arrives.
So find recon and get the stuff and
Stand
get
by.
going. Where's the place that we are? Highroad. Okay. Greystone? Which one's the name?
What's the name? What?
Of the town we're reading. Is it Highroad or
town.
is it Greystone?
The town is Highroad. You are in the Earldom of Greystone, in the Barony of Knotworth, in the Dukedom of Southmark. Dun, dun, dun. And there's this inn is not exactly huge, so this town is not exactly huge, so there's like one place, and you can tell
I don't
that's
know.
probably
The image
the inn.
is.
Is it?
Oh, it just took quite a bit longer to load.
Didn't see anything. Whatever. Yeah, so not hard to find. The Colored Animal Inn. It has the Colored Animal sign. So there's not a whole lot here as far as amenities. So I am going to assume that Leodin is going to go straight to the inn and find Ranger Recon.
Mm-hmm.
Question mark. And get, so he is there. He will greet you in an appropriate manner and tell you the shortcut to Summoner's Rock. And it's right up that way. Won't take you too long. Maybe an hour's. It will be a mountainous, very small path, so you're probably not going to be able to take horses.
How much time will it save us?
Oh, fairly significant, especially if they're taking horses. They're going to take all day to get there.
Leo will say, the prince is not far behind. Is there any way that you could delay him?
He is here for your mission, so if that's something that you need, he will see to it.
It's like, yeah, I can stop, and that's the last we see of the prince because him and his entire band got sniped by bandits.
Right? We rangers look out for each other. You know how it is. So he will agree to delay them a little further.
We do not wish
And
any
you-
ill will to their party or political incidents. If you could delay him, that would be good.
So if you want, he could be there for days, trying to reach it with just the one wrong word.
That sounds perfect to me as a player.
All right, so that's going to be done then. And are you guys doing anything in town? Question 1. And question 2 is, are you going to leave immediately for Summoner's Rock?
Are we going to
Or
No,
need?
yes.
Are we going to need
The
a
only thing
change
we'd
of
be doing
clothing
is
or anything?
stabling our horses, right?
One at a time. Leodin.
Are we going to need change of clothing since we're going up in the mountains?
No, it's not that high. I mean, it'll be cold, but you can live with that.
All right. Well,
Murdoch.
Leo will
Beyond
inform the
just
party.
stabling our horses before we head out, I don't see anything else.
That's true. You would stable everything.
Can we get a bath and a massage? I've been on the road for
No
days.
time.
Suck it
How
up.
long
Buck.
are
Suck
you
it
gonna-
up.
These are no fun.
Hey.
No, you know you
No
done
grand
F-
tour for you guys.
Yeah, it's like, you know you done F up get well when both Kenrick and Murdoch are looking at you and going, suck it up.
Have a deodorant shower.
What is that?
One showers with. Leo will mention some fragrant herb. It masks the smell.
That get well is smoking.
What smell are you talking about?
At any rate,
Hey, that smell is natural. The gods put that plant on this planet and blessed
You guys-
us with it.
you guys waste no time and get the hell up that mountain.
That is true. We're going to get the horses stabled. I'm going to tell Magnus to look after everybody, include especially Lady Wagon, because we don't know if the prince is going to try to steal her. You can't trust his antagonist.
You follow the directions given, and you soon see very plainly Summoner's Rock.
This
In the
looks
distance.
familiar for some reason.
It's not familiar.
No, what?
Put that out of your
seriously.
mind. This one's from Shannara.
Okay, that's why I was like, wait a minute.
No, this isn't Shannara. This is Summoner's Rock and Mount Grangestone. And with that, we shall take a brief moment for an intermission.
Intermission.
Let's go out to the lobby.
Going on break.
Break. Get this clown show back on the road. All right.
Honk,
You guys are on the mountain paths. It is indeed a bit of a tight one. And you see Summoner's Rock out there. Aside from the shortcut, Rickon also told you the best places to start looking for potential ruins that somebody might be held in or camped out at, that sort of thing. There are a number of ruins in the area, some dating pre-Empire, some post-Empire. And indeed, you find one relatively close, kind of small, but mostly intact temple of some kind that appears it could have some tents or something around it. So before you get into it, are you going to be doing anything?
Reconnaissance.
Leodin will recon. Murdoch.
I'm thinking I could maybe do Survival Mountain.
This isn't a skill challenge or anything. This is just, do you want to do anything? Prepare anything before you go in? And just wait for the recon to come back.
Observation, maybe?
You gotta go recon with him.
I can
Because there's no reason you
assist.
can't all go recon.
I can assist.
I'm not.
If Murdoch
remotely close to
suggests-
being quiet.
If Murdoch suggests that he come recon with Leo, Leo will just give him a disapproving look.
What? I can look from a
Spreading.
distance. Wow.
You go look over there. And he's pointing to the other peak. Anybody else get well?
Can't really think of anything.
Probably not time to start casting spells yet, but thinking about it, I'm sure. Same with Dustin.
Yeah, I was
What are
actually
you
Yeah.
talking
actually
about?
just
Justin's
thinking.
just gonna be casting one spell. That's all he
Hey.
ever casts.
I mean, yes, and that was my thought, was that I'd rev it up. But if it's a little too early, then I will hold off on revving up the spell before the fight.
You should like cast other spells.
I mean, there are other spells, and I do them occasionally. You know, Acid
No,
Jet,
you don't.
Windstorm. Yeah, I use Windstorm on occasion.
We should actually go back through the recordings and find out how many spells you've actually cast. How many unique spells?
I honestly, I think it's 3, maybe 4. I think it's Acid Jet, Ice Dagger, Windstorm, and maybe a Fluid Jet or 2 for something.
So
I don't
cast
think
more.
you've done the fluid jet. Yeah, maybe you did.
I thought it was in the hallway when the guy turned invisible.
Yeah,
during the
you're
ceremony.
right. You're right. That's
You
one.
did an air jet thing in
Yeah.
the fairy forest.
I think those two are the same spell.
Yeah, I think those were the Fluid Jets.
All right. Well, anyway, Leodin is going to stealth forward and recon. Apparently, Murdoch may try to follow. He may
No,
lose sight of
stop,
Leodin.
stop.
All right. Give me observation. Wow.
I think he will assist.
The problem there
No,
is
didn't help.
So Murdoch is standing straight up and silhouetting himself against the mountain.
Murdoch didn't come. He would have to stealth, what? Or if he wasn't stealthing,
he
Leo
just
will sort of turn back and say, "What exactly are you doing?"
I'm just trying to help.
Looking.
I'm bored.
I see trees over there.
Not many. It's kind of scrub up here. Anyway, so Leodin's not feeling too great about his observational skills at the moment. I guess he's distracted by Murdoch. And but you do see signs of habitation, recent habitation, and maybe some movement within a ruined temple. Like I said, in reasonable shape. And you can see the approach to it. Nobody running around outside. So not a whole lot to report, really. Except that must be it.
And Leo attempt to get closer and get a better look.
I suppose he could take more time and erase the fail.
If he can observe okay from where he is, then he'll take more time. Otherwise, if he needs to get closer, he'll get closer.
So he improves his situation a little bit and gets a more successful reconnaissance.
Where he was at, the sun was shining just right down into his face.
Uh-huh. And I will add that this particular temple is on a cliff or a promontory of some kind, so it's sheer on both sides of it, except for the approach. And you can nail down probably 5 or 6 individuals. Like I said, staying inside the structure, so they're in shadow and that sort of thing. But you can pick them out, and you're gonna say that looks like armor, like helmets at least.
They have any sort of standard?
You see no standard.
How
Does he
close
see any
is Leo? at the moment?
female-ish figure?
Say again.
Does he see a female?
No, he doesn't.
And how close is Leo?
Oh, let's see. I'm going to call that 100 yards. Probably is about the best you can do given the terrain. Without skylining.
Okay. So Leo will just wait for a little bit. He'll try and see if he can see someone, maybe bring food or water or something like that to a would-be captive. Or if there's someone standing guard at a particular location.
Your read of the situation would be that what you can see is where they're hanging out. And if they have somebody held captive, it's either on a different level or in a different chamber or something. It's kind of hard to tell how far in this goes, but you don't see anything that jumps out as you as here's a hostage, but they're definitely armed people, and they're hanging out like long term.
And there was like roughly a dozen.
Yeah.
And from the vantage point that Leo's at, would he get clear shots at all these people?
Possibly here and there. I had to take a while. And of course, the first time you shot something, whether you missed or hit, they're going to be alerted.
But Leo
Which
could act as a distraction.
Possibly.
Either way, he'll stealth back and he'll report in. He'll say, from the vantage point I've found, I do have clear lines of attack on the people. There were only 2 approaches, so it was sheer on both sides. Is that the case?
There's basically one.
So only one
effective
approach.
Right. Well, we go up the approach. Get ready to get into a fight.
Wolfric special.
Something like that.
Brotner is thirsting for blood.
I forgot about Bratwurst. All right, so having said that, assuming everybody's in on the frontal assault, weapons, buffs, what's ready?
Yep. Since we're getting ready to make an actual move here, I'm going to pop a.
Well, you'll want to wait until we get within where the map actually shows up for it to go right where the map's about to show up. Bam, buff.
Right. Well,
how close can we get with
let's
stealth?
make the map show up. You can kind of get an impression here of the situation. It is nested down there, so Stealth would involve mountain climbing and then climbing down.
Yeah, that ain't gonna work because my stealth is 8. Nope, sorry, it's normally 8. It would also be an additional -2 because of my encumbrance, so it would be 6. Stealth.
I can climb.
Yeah, you may be the... Well, Leodin can probably climb.
And all these
remember if you
green
could or
bits. Yeah, Leah can climb. That's reasonably good. All these green bits are trees or are they shrubs?
I'm going to call that scrub. Yeah, there's not a lot of trees up at this altitude.
Is it sufficient to hide in?
Here and there, maybe. Like here and there may be a bush you could hide behind if you were going to do the tinkle, tinkle, tinkle back and forth.
Because Leo's thinking of setting up a flanking position.
I mean, he could climb and get up on a overlook somewhere. There's plenty of elevations if he wanted to shoot down on it.
And where are the people?
So, for example, there or there, maybe.
Do we have a general idea of where the people are? Are they in the building or are they outside?
They are inside. They are inside the building.
So no one outside.
Nope, they've just been hanging out inside.
So we can try to quietly approach as much as we can.
There's quiet and there's quiet. It's not going to be quiet. Doesn't mean you have to come in yelling sneak attack, though.
We should cause...
Sneak attack!
We should do something to lure them out. Perhaps Dustin can do his spell and force them to
Start
investigate.
flooding the place.
I have an alchemist. I could throw an alchemist fire.
You know, there's a princess down there that we don't want to burn.
I didn't say into
Or
the
drown.
facility. We said we want to get them out. If I throw it into like the center of this area, they'll be like, "Hey, there's a fire out there. Let's go take a look."
You could just ask them to come out.
Or we can just go up front and they hear us and they charge out and attack us.
There's a good
That
chance
works,
that
too.
if you walk right up to the door, that somebody is going to come out to greet you.
I'm all for walking right at the door.
And that's,
I'm not
that's
scared.
probably Sir Kenric's
Ding
usual plan.
dong.
I suppose Sir Kenric probably wants to give them the opportunity to surrender.
If they are willing to do so. But I would not, bet on them actually doing so. And I certainly wouldn't want to be in their shoes when facing, or, trying to throw themselves on the king's justice after abducting his daughter.
Well, if Sir Kenric's willing to march straight to the front, maybe Murdoch can come in from the side.
If you want to try to come in from a flank, you can do that. You can climb up there. I'm assuming that's what Leodin's doing. But the problem is you're going to have to get down from there in order to actually engage.
Well, Leo
And
wants to find a
I'm
place where
assuming
he
this is
could...
probably a good... It's probably a good 2 or 3 stories up.
So he wants to find a place that also has a reasonable access to get down again.
Right.
Who's moving all the minis?
I'm trying to explain what I'm talking about. Sir Kenric approaches straight from the front. I'm going to come
I
from the
thought you had moved
side.
your mini. I thought Kenric had moved his mini. That's why I was moving
Nope.
up.
That's funny. Okay. You don't mean a wide around. You mean as he's coming up, you're coming off to one side a little bit.
Yes, so they don't
Okay.
necessarily see me. I'm going to flank them as they come out the exit.
Eh. Who knows?
So everyone is just moving up.
Well, I thought Kenrick had moved, so I moved up with him, but
Yeah,
that was not to be
that
the
wasn't.
case.
The hand's not off the piece yet. There, that was just
Yeah.
a demonstration move. Okay,
Yeah,
so
I wasn't moving my mini.
all right, so who is going with Kenrick up the middle?
I will.
Or who is
What is
not
the plan?
going up
What
the
is
middle?
Kenrick's plan? Are we just kicking the doors and yelling surprise? Or are we going to try and negotiate?
Oh, there's no way they're not going to hear us, coming first, because at least two of us are in pretty heavy armor.
Yeah, it's not that loud, but whatever. I mean, it's going to be windy up here.
May I have my ice dagger rev?
So you're just coming out with it.
Of course he is. That's all he casts. He's a damn slacker. He's got all those awesome spells, and that's all he casts.
All right.
A lot of
Laodin is off to the side in an elevated position to snipe down. Everybody else is coming up the middle with Murdoch trying to flank around a little bit. Sound all right? Okay. All right. Well, you're not going to get quite that far.
Of course we're not.
All right. So let's go here-ish. About the time you get to that point around the statue is about the time when people inside start to react to your presence. And as you are approaching, they are slowly coming out, and you see that these men are wearing black armor. They have helmets and brigantine and shields with swords. And they basically sort of come out and just stand off the stairs a little bit as another figure from behind in shadow with glowing eyes as he approaches says, it's about time you showed up. And
Oh,
you
so
see him-
you were aware that we were coming to proselytize the pantheon, particularly the sister and the brother. For I am Brother Getwell, and this is my traveling
Disapproving
guardian.
look.
You see him blow a smoke ring before he steps out into the light, and you realize that he doesn't have a pipe.
Uh-oh.
And he says, I've been waiting for the adventurers to come.
Then your wait is over.
Indeed.
Give us the princess, and we will let you live.
Let's see here. He's like, he gives you a nice smirk and a nod and said, yeah, let's get to it. And then he turns to his guys and says, you are the servants of the Overlord. No mercy.
Oh, cool.
No surrender. Make them bleed for their prize.
Cool. The Overlord. The big bad. We're fighting orcs from Sauron.
They don't look like orcs.
To me, they look like unidentified creatures.
Indeed.
Unidentified creatures.
All right, so that's about the point where it's going to kick off. And so you guys had the time to do the buffs. Is everybody set? Do you have readied weapons that you intended to have
Yes.
readied?
Shield, mace, might,
Yes.
shield.
Leo's been aiming.
I assume he's been aiming without having the bows pulled for like a minute.
He'll be fine.
Yeah, he won't have held it for a minute, but he'll be ready. Once it looks like shit's going down, he's aimed.
Okay, so first off, let's do this separately. So everybody do a perception.
Yeah.
Perception or observation?
See,
What was that, Ethan?
I was going to ask if you wanted it or not, and then everyone rolled outside the box.
Outside's fine.
Can we substitute observation?
Not in this case. I don't think that's necessarily appropriate. There's probably a skill that would work, but
Makes no difference.
well, to be fair, Leodin is a little farther away. But Dustin definitely, I think, will key in on his wrist, a little dangly silver pendant. And everybody else will at least see that he is wearing a blackened cuirass. It looks heavy. Among other bits of armor here and there. And he's bearing what appears to be a very fine two-handed sword of some kind.
Murdoch needs to use his meteor sling.
Well, he didn't have that drawn out.
such a pity.
Yep. Give the guy that uses crossbows and axe a sling, and he's never going to be able to figure out which one he wants to actually use.
Well, yeah, sometimes it's like that. You've been there. All right. And I think we will call it on. And this guy will go first. However, he is basically going to tell his guys to do their thing while he gets his looking around roll real quick. Where is his looking around?
He doesn't have it.
Yeah, interesting. Apparently that's not his strong suit.
Well, it's probably me, and that's not my strong suit either.
All right. For Leodin's purposes, he does not appear to have noticed your presence.
Yay! This means
Drum
I
roll.
get where the hell's my?
It's probably worth noting for your case, as for everyone else's, is that these guys are bearing some weight. Not a lot, so they are going to be slowed down a little bit.
Like me.
Kind of like you. And that is a statue in the middle.
So he'll take a second turn of aim.
Got it.
Now I'm kind of disappointed we didn't have the irritating prince with us, because we could have thrown them into the meat grinder.
Well, you know. Yeah, by God, I'm going to hurt somebody this time.
What's their effective movement?
You don't know. They could be really fast.
Chicken.
Hey, get in a proper hex.
Are they stairs
Are they stairs? What stairs?
that I'm pointing to on the map?
Are you pointing? Oh. No, I don't think so.
He's going to evaluate unidentified creature 5.
You cannot evaluate. Well, what's your move?
I only
Actually,
moved
you already.
one.
Oh, you
I
only
moved one.
What is your move, though? Total. Can you reach him?
6.
Including
Even with your armor?
He can't be that good.
Oh, 4.
Yeah, okay. But you can reach him. Okay, so that's fine. You can eval.
So I'll evaluate.
Fair enough. Getwell is moving up and doing a thing.
I'm going to step inch closer, and I'm going to continue to hold my ice dagger. I say continue to hold when this is the first time I've it. Anywho.
Good
Well,
aim.
you actually started though already, didn't you? You fired that up before?
Yeah. If it's allowable, I would have that max charged while we were all talking and such.
Yeah, I don't see any reason why not.
Okay.
Although it does make me wonder, because that's got to be really cold.
He's fine.
Well, I figure, I've been casting it a lot. I'm probably used to it, at least in that hand.
He's got a heavy glove.
Yeah. There you go.
Fingers have already fallen off.
Frostbite. All right, let's see. How am I going to do this? These guys look pretty tough. Well, most of them look pretty tough. Some of them look pretty tough.
That dwarf is pretty ugly.
Let's see. We should. Well, they are also advancing, and we don't know that there's an archer up there. Let's do this.
Hey, they were given a command by. Damn it! I shouldn't reveal that I know who this dude is.
Shh.
What a
Wait,
bunch
yeah,
of
they were
chickens.
told go out. Yeah, they were told to kill us, not fall back and create a line.
They fall back into a line, and they do that. They crunch down on the shield and say, "Who?"
Oh, good gravy.
Oh,
This
shield
guy.
wall. Yay.
Yeah, see, it would have made sense if the so-called quote mystery warrior had bellowed "Shield wall."
Would have.
Well, you guys look like you're coming to us, so. The mystery warrior continues to look around and evaluate the situation. He hasn't decided what he's going to do yet, but he looks confident.
He's gonna run away.
Probably gonna breathe fire and burninate us all.
I thought they were trying to summon Thrax, not Trogdor.
Well,
You haven't
frankly,
figured out he's some kind of avatar Vermithrax.
Trogdor is just another name for the same creature.
Is there any other way into the building other than front door there?
I'm going to say there are probably holes here and there in like the roof or something. There may not be a full roof, but enough that there's a good chance that there's going to be some cover.
Okay.
I assume that's why you're asking.
Full aim.
Okay.
Evaluate.
Roger.
How to defeat a shield wall? Go for the edges, right?
That's generally how you do it, yeah.
Gosh, what was I doing? Like going for the edges.
Well, I know, but I don't know if I want to go for the edges. That particular
Yeah,
edge
do
with
you do you
I
go heavy on one flank or do you try to hit them both?
split them up.
I don't know. Normally it'd be like you defeat a shield wall. We have Dustin throw that tornado thing at them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's got a thingamajigger.
Yeah, you need to shoot your wad with the ice dagger and then drop a tornado on them.
I think I'm gonna aim next.
Oh, I know what I'm gonna do.
Why didn't you aim last time?
Because I thought I was at the edge of a movement. band
What
and I
is the
wasn't.
limit of movement and casting? Can you cast and move?
One step.
It's
One
a
step, I
constant
think.
it's
Is it
a concentrate maneuver which only allows a step.
A single step. Okay.
Uh-huh. Actually just saying that I wonder if giant step actually would apply there.
Actually, can we aim and move? Aim and step, rather?
You can aim and step. You get a
Okay.
step with aim.
That's brave.
Well, I guess he figures he's got some aerial backup.
I step a name.
All right. Well, let's see. How do I address that? I think we're going to break off now. Break off.
That wasn't
All
a
right.
very effective shield wall.
Well,
They did
some
it
of
to
them
try
are
and look
staying
cool.
together. They're formed up, but they're breaking into two formations. Actually, it's probably, well, yeah, it wouldn't make any sense otherwise. I don't think he's going to be able to get over that little bit of rubble there in time.
Rubble.
He's making his way up. They're still in contact anyway, so it still counts. All right. So that means we've got 2 attacks I can do. We will start with Get Well and do a little probing attack here, see what we can make out of it. We're gonna do 1 each here. That is a hit with a swing, which will be followed up by a hit with a thrust.
Okay, I'm going to block 1. Get a DB4 because I have both
Wow.
shield going and I have a shield.
Do they stack?
Yeah, I don't see why you wouldn't. Let's see. Shield conjures an invisible shield of magic force that moves to protect the subject frontal attacks. Granted to the spell is cumulative with that from an actual shield.
Okay.
That's pretty cool. I was
But
like,
does not
how
allow
the-
me to actually block. So my shield allows me to
Oh.
block, but
Right.
that gives me the additional DB. So I have basically
Indeed.
a 4 DB. right
Wow.
now.
Nice. All right.
Now
Well, you blocked
I'm
that one
going
easy.
to dodge back, retreat, dodge, step backwards.
you moved forward,
Gotcha.
you retreat.
Oh,
No.
You
How
moved
far
But
more
did
I-
you?
than you moved more than 1 step.
I think
like
I think
4?
you have to move more than half before that kicks in.
If you do a move and attack, you can't retreat. So if you do a giant
I
step
just moved
or
and
step,
attacked.
then you're fine.
I just moved.
Yeah, he didn't attack.
Then you can
I
retreat.
legitimately thought it was just any move that was more than a step.
No, it's per the maneuver.
Okay.
And if
I
you
will
just did
feverish,
a move,
though. Why is my dodge so low?
Wait.
Oh. Anyway, so I
maybe.
will retreating step backwards. Oh, where's the feverish? Feverish is +3, right?
2.
Retreat is +1, +2.
Depends on what your
To the dodging.
defense is. Dodge is 3.
Oop.
All right. And you duck. Did you you didn't give yourself the DB on that?
Oh. Well,
Yeah,
I
you
didn't
forgot
have
that.
to actually. Probably didn't have to feverish it, but I'll remember that for next time. I remember Getwell's just getting used to the shield thing.
Yeah. All right. That was you. I got 2 on Sir Kenrick, and I think I'm going to do the same. So start with a swing, which connects, and the thrust, which connects.
All right, so I'm going to be blocking one and parrying the other.
Roger.
So
Good.
I get the DB on the parry as well, huh?
Yeah, if it's on the right side.
Yeah, and both of those are be on
Yeah.
that side.
Yeah, it's in the front. DB counts for all your defenses. That's why shields suck. Suck to fight against. And you'll note that they have shields. You know, I don't know that we've actually been doing it that way. And now that I'm saying that, I wonder if I'm not wrong. Let's just check that real quick. Shields and
checking?
defense bonus.
It
You
adds
have a
to
ready
everything.
shield that spends to any dodge, parry, or block roll against it. Okay, yeah. Fair enough. All right, well, you have defended twice, so yeah, no hits yet. Damn it. All right, so he looks... The mystery warrior looks at the two attacks going on there, and you guys seem to be defending yourself well enough. Getwell's kind of backpedaling a little bit, so he's like, he looks vulnerable. But we got 3 guys on that other one, so we'll see how that goes. I'll go ahead and start walking forward, which the GM realizes means he's going to get shot in the back of the head. All right. And you put some stank on that.
Yeah, just one because I'm not
Just the
super
one?
awesome.
Which one are you after?
The one in the middle.
Okay, 4. All right. So that means I got that and that. Wow. That was shit.
Sweet.
Gonna be like that today.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
This is impaling.
Okay, you are using the
So
thick side.
that does not do the whatever.
Whatever.
But I did need to do that. Ooh.
How?
Yeah, I shifted to the armor piercing as soon as I see they're wearing a lot of armor.
Yeah. Well, you've got the stuck problem on that one. Potentially. I don't remember. I haven't had to deal with that in a long time.
Neither have I. I don't know how that works.
Right. So that means that much gets through. Who are you? You're number 4. Damn it. Stupid names are too long. That's 4.
You can extend the tracker.
And that is impaling, so that's actually going to be that much. Ow. Right, well, I was rather hoping this was going to go a little more interesting than that. He, the look in his eyes changes somewhat. He's rather less enthusiastic than he was. But he remains standing. All right, what was Leodin up to?
Leo is holding his action till after Dustin.
Gotcha. All right. Then move on.
Can you let me go, Laden?
What's that?
Ooh.
Can
It
you let
is
me
turn.
go?
Let you go.
Turn.
Oh, turn.
Turn.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Let
I'm
me
going to
go.
do a giant step, so I'll burn a fatigue.
Gotcha.
FYI, Daniel, it's stuck in him.
I would have gone to
Right.
the other side, and you may not have gotten. Yeah, because then if you get one
Yeah.
over, you don't get. He doesn't get a shield.
He
You
does
force him
there.
to well, he does there.
He does
but
there.
but the next time you step, you can keep stepping away from his shield and force him to turn,
Stop that.
which would give Kenrick a better shot on him.
So, question: what is better in this case, crushing or cutting?
That depends.
Most armor. Well,
Let's
they're
see.
not wearing.
This armor is not considered flexible, so your crushing is not going to do as much. Real life, that's not exactly true, but in GURPS, that is the case. You'll probably want to go cutting here.
Cutting will get a modifier for any damage that's through.
This will be a wild swing.
Going for whatever
Why?
you can take.
Oh, you mean not a wild swing. You mean random
Hit
location.
location.
Wild swing is something else. You don't want to do that here. In case you didn't see it, I was shaking my finger at you.
Jeez, you guys.
Right,
That's crazy high
Uh-huh.
skill.
Okay, so you got that and that.
I have deceptive attack 1 and the evaluate 2.
Yeah,
I evaluate them twice.
The evaluate doesn't do anything to his defense, but okay, so he will get his block. He will get his DB on his block. Who is that? That is 5. Wrong button. Yeah, block. Damn it. Okay. I should have made him slightly better. Fuck. I really wanted this one
I get to hit?
to be a little better. All right, give me your random. Take his damn head off.
Well, I can't parry right now. Unfortunately, number 4 is also currently stuck in his position. If he wants to move, we have to do
Take an arm
He's
right off.
we have to do an opposed check.
he's grappled.
Yeah, it's like opposed strength check.
Oh,
if
you're
he-
easy. Ooh, you might take a
That
whole
could
arm.
suck.
What? So that is okay. That's the elbow. I don't like the way this prints out. It's weird. But whatever.
Ooh,
Yeah. Arm's gone.
Like Daniel didn't even
I'm not
trying
even
to figure
looking.
out
I
the
know it's
calculus.
gone.
It's like, yeah, his arm's gone.
All right. Well,
which
so
arm?
how many
Which
actual
left
points
arm?
for that though?
is that his?
That is
His shield arm.
Does it not say left arm? Yeah, that's going to be
Shield
so
arm.
it's divided by 3 is come on, brain.
You got in under his sword and just took his shield arm right off.
12. So you guys 12 or
No, sorry. Hang on. I'm braining.
math is hard.
Right. That is gonna be 5 points.
So I threw up his arm to block, and it fell off.
Well, that sort of makes sense because Murdoch was being deceptive, and the guy the shield up, but he zigged and he should have zagged, and Murdoch went, "Well, okay, if you're gonna give me your arm like that, I'll take it.
Yeah, he left his arm exposed while he was trying to bring the shield around, and he didn't do it fast enough. All right.
Lop.
Right. I need the that thing, which is going to be that. Oh, for fuck's sake! Seriously.
He's gonna blind you with the blood squirting from his arm.
Let's sigh.
I'm going to tell him to fall down, and he won't.
Are you talking to me, bro?
Oh, I will take
All
a
right.
step.
Get well. What did you do? Command. Okay. And you failed.
So I take my step back,
Gotcha.
pulling him a little further. Because I'm assuming they're having to take giant steps to do what they're doing, so fatiguing him out, hopefully.
With my line of fire partially crossing unidentified creature 3, would that cause any sort of modifier to were I to spear the mystery warriors?
Mm-hmm. -4.
Yes. Oh, I don't like that.
Taking a step to the side, does that give you clear line of sight?
I don't know because
No,
there's the
because
statue.
there's a statue. Depends on the statue, I think.
What if you take a
It's
step
probably
forward?
big enough that that's going to count.
Okay.
I think if you take a step forward,
No,
you
I
should
think
be right.
that's. It's still gonna cross that hex.
Yeah. So if he is here, the statue only partially.
Well, it's gonna be effectively the same situation.
Maybe instead of the -4, it's a -2.
Well, but
Because
he's
it's
still
not as much.
he's still crossing that point right there. I don't think it's going to be any better.
Well, you should go for it anyway. You should go for it
no.
anyway.
You can always roll a
And
3.
if you fail, you got a pretty good chance of hitting the guy in front of him.
That is true.
Yeah. Yeah. Alright, I will. Let me find something. That
Kind of
seems
glad I blew
plausible.
that 16 roll on that one and not something else.
Alright, let's see how this works.
This is where you're going to roll a 3.
Spear
3.
checking out the bad man.
All right.
Ah.
Fail by 4. Yeah, that's about right, isn't it? All right, so roll it again with the range adjusted to the number 3, and then it's going to be capped at 9.
Just roll, see if you get low enough.
Or you can just roll.
3.
Oh,
Nope. Yeah, you took a chunk off of that statue.
Large
big
chunk.
chunk. That was the max load.
Oh, he may have blown the statue into shrapnel.
Roll damage.
Damage is here.
Just because.
Good
God.
Boom.
Now it's a proper fight. We got including statues and shit.
I felt like Dustin was lucky.
Roll an intimidate roll. Follow.
Number 3 is showered with
It's not just going to be number 3.
Debris.
It'll be 3, 4, and Kenrick.
Yeah, that's better. All right. Well, the Kenrick side is not doing so well. Really, at all. Oddly. Did not see that coming. The Getwell side is now having to chase after this guy.
Come on.
He also
you know you want it.
He also
You know
tried
you
to cast a
want
spell,
it.
though.
Don't
You
throw
know
me
you
into that
want
fire
it.
patch.
You know.
Wait, isn't it Leodin's
Please,
turn now?
please
No.
don't come after me,
Oh,
little
no,
old
actually,
me.
you're right.
Yep, you're right.
Leodin said he was doing it
Yeah,
after
right.
Dustin.
Oh, it's Leodin's thing now if he wants.
Standing down for Leodin's thing.
You may fire when
Leo.
ready.
We're loose. Oh,
You seem to have some feathers coming out of your ear there, son.
Okay, if I recall correctly, that means no, that's not automatically bypass DR. That just automatically hits. Roll the thing.
Come on, triple damage or something
You
cool
want-
other than normal damage.
You want to
only.
bypass DR.
What is Bodkin? So it is DR. It is.
Oh.
Yeah, that figures.
Yeah, but
All
it
right.
is a Bodkin, so that is
Well, it's
divisor
also his
two.
helmet, and that's where he has the most armor. So let's see where we go. Skull. What do I have that at? God damn
Hot
it.
helm, what, 5?
Oh,
Well,
That looks like pain.
divided by 2.
I'm not done yet, though. God damn it. Where the hell
That's
is the
what.
goddamn
If
skull?
he has, assume he has DR5 for a pot helm, that's 4 through times 4. No, actually, that's more because it's a divisor 2.
Stupid thing isn't wide enough.
Helms are only DR4.
Okay.
Oh,
That
yeah.
is
Skull
gonna
has
be-
four.
DR2.
Yeah. So, but
No,
consider
skull
it a
has
DR1. Thought the skull's.
No, Skull's only DR2.
All right.
That's Skull is 2.
For the record, his total DR on the skull is 11.
damn.
Now it's just 6.
Yeah, pot helm, quaff, stuff. So it goes down to 6. He rolled a 9
3
basic,
penetrates.
which means 3 penetrates to the skull.
Times 4.
Times 4 is 12, and that's a brain hit. So that's number 1. Take the 12, and we'll get the minus.
He's speaking in tongues and twitching a little weird.
That is a major wound, so that is the minus 10, which basically means he's just done.
Yeah, okay. I got it. Well, I was like, what? Yeah, I got a 12 in the skull.
Then Leo's going to pop down behind his cover, so no one knows where he is.
See, your friend fell down for me. It's like finger
Actually,
guns.
no. Actually, no. I've got 11, 12, 13, 14 in the skull.
Yeah, it's not that hard to get there with plate.
Yep.
What's the penalty
Okay,
for
well.
stacking armor like that? I didn't realize I.
No, well,
Like a
on your
pot
head
helm,
it doesn't
of
matter.
course.
Well, you can also, but I also ended up having to pick up that perk. What is it? Layered armor. Armor master. As you know, Knigget wearing. How much? Hey, can I put something extra on this?
You don't have any decks in your head to reduce.
Now I think it can give you like hearing issues.
Yes, it
Well, it
does.
does.
Yeah, I have
Cool.
my helmet is I think it's a -3 on listening checks. Let me double check.
4.
Well, Getwell is definitely thinking about a
It's
pot
hard of
helm
hearing,
now.
whatever it is.
Yeah, hard of hearing. Yeah.
All right. So back to what I was doing. So this changes the situation considerably.
Oh crap! They brought it
That
out.
was an arrow. Let's see. How do I react to that? I need
Was
to
it?
react to that threat. That's not
I
stupid.
mean, Getwell did say drop, and then the guy dropped.
It's true.
Granted, if you look at the guy, you can see he's got an arrow buried in him.
Depends on how he fell.
All right.
Did some of those
We
wacky
are-
ragdoll physics from Wrath of the Righteous.
We are going to call that all out defense while he attempts to determine where the hell that came from. Now, if I
This is
recall
where you start.
correctly, Laodin trying to hide right after shooting, there's a significant penalty for that. Unless he's just using camouflage.
Leo would be trying to, use the shrubbery to
He's trying to blend.
blend.
Fair enough. All right. Other guys. So number 4 is grappled and in a great deal of pain, and
He can try to
he's
bat.
what is he gonna do? So let's go with this. He has that. He is not thinking straight, apparently, and he's going to try to step away and fail.
All right, no, it's a quick contest of strength. If he wins, he pulls the weapon
Possibly
free. If I win, he can't move, and on a tie, it comes free.
Well,
I kind of want it to tie.
there's the roll. You win.
So he doesn't move. I change that to where we tied, because that means it would come free, and he would do damage. You know, he'd take 5 more points of impaling damage.
Well, to be fair, you could use a Benny for that.
Well, I don't know what his result was,
Oh, well, that's true.
and I'm mostly okay with him not going anywhere.
You beat him. You beat him by 1.
No, I'm fine with just him not going
Okay.
anywhere.
He tries to move and fails. Number 3 is going to realize that, and well, basically, he's just going to try to take advantage.
He just going for like a torso hit.
Let's see. I should really try to. Yeah, I'm going to go for the giant step here. It's a little tricky in the terrain, but it'll work. That's about all I can get on you. So that is the non-shield side. Yeah. Yeah. This is either going to do it or it's not going to do anything. Let's see. Where is my sword? And I am going to swing for the fences. Oh, that was a good roll. It's a damn shame. All right, that's a hit. That's going to be -2 for the side hex and no shield.
He's just going for the so.
Yeah.
Then I'm just going to take it
Okay.
because that's the armor's there for.
Well, I guess we'll see. That is a total
Sun
of 8.
protects.
That's going to be 8 cutting.
8 cutting total.
Uh-huh.
That doesn't even get through.
Yeah, I didn't think it did.
There's going to be a spark as it mostly gets through the corselet and then hits the male shirt and is
And that'd
stopped.
be
Alright.
10 plus to get 1, right?
So you got a ding in it.
Oh, I need quite a bit more than 10 there, Mark.
Well, I'm just thinking, what is the? I thought there was some damage that
12
could get
plus
through.
for me.
Oh,
okay.
no.
Oh, I see what you're saying. That's
No, this isn't. It's not considered flexible. It should work that way, but it doesn't. That was my wad there. Damn it.
Spark.
That's really annoying. All right, well, my troop here is collapsing all of a sudden. That was awfully fast.
Yeah, the dude's like, oh, hey, huh? Maybe I
I
should
could,
tactically retreat.
I could hang around and see what I could do with these guys, but yeah, my support structure is slowly dwindling.
And
Actually,
bad
it's not
guys are
very
always
slow.
cowards.
Well, remember,
He is-
there was someone who actually said that, Murdoch is good at swinging an axe.
He's going to start backing back into the shadows
With I wasn't expecting that.
with the look like, okay, that's something.
Right. So I have to make a strength check, which is
Oh,
so wasted. So my
I'm going
hammer-
to call that full.
Okay, in that case, he is going to take another 11 points of
as
impaling
he
damage.
rips that thing out of him. Ow.
And based off of basic 405, the strength check is it's a ready maneuver. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Okay. So I just readied my thing.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm not even bothering with that one.
So he might decide that that's all she wrote, because that's quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, you just took his clavicle out with you.
Alright, he is readying another arrow, and he's going to shoot.
What did I decide on the funny business? Did I tell you I was going to just let it go with the nuisance rolls? No nuisance rolls?
Yeah, I think so.
I think I did.
That's the whole point of the no nuisance rules, right?
Well, the problem was by the rules as written, you can't use it for that. But I think I was going to let it go.
Because of cinematicness. That's what I remember. I'm not sure that's right.
Not so much because of cinematicness, but because of you always forget to make the damn rolls in the first place. So.
And you forget to call him until afterwards. Hey, what is
Yeah.
the Fantasy Grounds thing for getting rid of the formatting again?
Control J.
J? Control J?
Control J.
Thank you.
All right, you were shooting at 3, so you have a hit, and that was to the vitals. Well, he's not going to be aware of that, so it's not exactly a back hex, but it's functionally back. So roll your damage then. That was shit. All right, well, he does have a lot of DR there, but you are cutting that in half, are you not? You are. So that means that much still gets through. Who's that? 3. All right. It is not a major wound, but it is a hit.
It
to
is
the
a vital
vitals.
strike.
Oh, wait a minute. It's a vital strike. Sorry. That's times 3. Never mind. Stand corrected. Now I have to make the stupid roll. You guys suck, by the way. All right. Yeah. That's not going to cut it. Sad face. I really thought I was going to challenge you this time. I thought this time it's going to be it.
That's the wrong kind of mindset. You're the GM. You're supposed to be expecting them to blow through the bad guys just cause.
I beefed him up considerably, but I guess, in the effort to raise the challenge, if I keep beefing him up and you still keep wiping the floor with him, that just shows how good you are.
Or we're lucky.
Or you just got lucky. If you're always lucky, it just looks the same as being really good.
You know how Fantasy Grounds is?
I do know how Fantasy Grounds is. I take it Murdoch is running around the circle, trying to get an edge on the mystery man.
I'm getting closer, but I want to make sure I am angled in a way that if the Nefarian Guard 2 tries to come after me, I can still effectively block or parry, and also effectively block or parry the Mystery Warrior if he comes after me too.
Nefarian Guard number 2 has his back to you.
Yeah, that would be really, really bad for him.
Well, not so much saying that so you can come get him, but saying that he'd have to turn all the way around to come after you.
Try this again. I said, lie down.
They get a save on that, don't they?
Yeah, it's a will.
Presuming he succeeds. I think
Yeah,
it's
well.
resisted, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah,
It is a resisted by will.
Woo! I made it by 0. I'm just going to take it.
But I had a success by 2.
Oh, god damn it.
Daniel's like, how to win? No, I didn't. Damn it,
Thought I
Mark,
had
you
it.
took my win
I
away
thought I
from
had
me.
it right then. And you said lie down, so he's He's actually going to drop face down
I will take a step closer.
and be very, very confused. Actually, no, he isn't going to. He's not going to be confused because he knows what just happened. All right. That was you.
Take a step closer to him.
Step and more ice.
Indeed. Okay. You're just starting it.
Indeed.
Why is one coming up?
Wait,
Interesting.
nobody
Whatever.
has given us the tagline.
No, they haven't, have they?
This is going to be no, wait, I was about to say this was going to be a continued one, but they did it in the first part of didn't they? No, they didn't do it in the okay.
Okay, well, this guy is lying on the ground and realizes he's in a very, very bad position, but he's not allowed to surrender. So what does he do? He's just he's gotta go to kneeling, yeah.
Actually, technically, it would be right now that he lies down. He has to do it on his turn.
Oh, he has to do it on his turn? Okay,
Yep.
well, he's lying down right now then.
And then he snaps out of it at the end of his turn?
Pretty much, yeah.
He's going to be very upset.
Well,
now, the mystery warrior is wondering if he wants to take on this dwarf or not. He really thinks he's got something going here. But
can I do intimidating stare?
You're in the middle of combat. It's not time for intimidating stares. You're already threatening to kill him.
And we're already intimidating right now.
He is going to continue backpedaling.
He's going to pull a fucking half man and disappear in the shadows. Okay, so I am going to... Crap. 1, 2, 3. I am heading... Oh, yeah, I should probably unselect that guy because he's on the ground. I am presuming that number 2 is taken care of, so he is just moving toward the temple with the plan of rescuing the princess.
He just figures this guy's going to poof out as soon as he gets there.
I am kind of expecting him to mysteriously step into the shadows and they like swallow him up and he's gone.
Laodin is a dirty, dirty cheater.
Well, he's not really a dirty cheater. It's that whole bloodlust. He's like, no, they said no surrender. So
lay down.
I'm not gonna let you try to surrender, bitch.
Stay down.
Yeah. He can't defend against that. He can't see you up there.
Point of order. I want to be the fucker. I'm gonna make sure something. What did he make that success by 6? Because dude is prone.
Laodin's got hide on.
Yeah, he's got it. Well,
And Leo was actually going for the vitals.
Target's only like minus.
That's also true. It would only be -2.
Why are you shooting him in the prostate?
That'd be more of the kidney, I think.
That's vital.
That was shit, though. So that means he is going to get 2 points through, which is vitals, which is ×3.
6 points of damage.
6, which is
major
not
wound?
going to be a major wound, but it is going to be a vitals hit, so he has to make the roll, which will probably fail, because why not? Yeah, he'll fail.
Well,
So
dude said no
disappointing.
surrender.
Well, he can't surrender right now. He's just took a arrow to the kidney.
So we know based off of mousing over these guys that they are Nefarians, but do the PCs recognize this?
So the mystery man said that they work for the Overlord, so
Right.
that is
that is definitely. Oh crap! This is they're starting to pull
yeah,
some
they're not
shenanigans.
these guys are not supposed to be here.
Yep.
All right, what you doing, Murdoch? I will tell you that the stairs are going to cost you double.
Is 2 gone? Is he out?
No,
He's stunned right now.
Oh, just done.
he took an
That's
arrow to
going
the
to be really
kidney.
difficult.
but,
It's going to be very difficult for him in a moment.
So question. Him being stunned and prone. If I just move up and attack, what
He's
is
got no
what is the
defense on you.
penalties?
He's screwed.
He's
His
hosed.
penalties
He
are
can't
he's
defend
screwed.
against you at all.
So
You're
if I
approaching from the rear, facing the floor, and he's stunned. He
No,
has
what is
no
the
defense against you.
what is the penalties to my attack if I don't burn a fatigue point for a giant step?
Just do-
Maximum roll 9.
Your skill is maximum. It
But you
doesn't
can
matter
also
all
do
the-
telegraphed.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. All of your businesses can't exceed your skill.
Oh
Can't
yeah,
affect,
that's true.
exceed 9
right.
unless you burn the fatigue
So-
point.
Honestly, seeing
clarify.
the
To clarify, it is -4. It is capped at 9, and no, you can't use telegraphed.
Oh, you can't.
okay,
You
Not on a wild
could.
But
Oh, God.
But-
all-out attack.
No, you can't.
He could
But-
all-out attack, which would give him an extra
All-out would be
step,
different.
I think.
You're quite safe to all out.
All
okay,
out
guys.
allows half move.
I am going to
in a
burn a
forward
fatigue because I've only burned one so far. Do my giant
Yeah, I don't know what
step,
you're worried about.
and I am going to whack. I'm going to whack on this guy.
Honestly,
am.
Oh,
think
do
you
an
should have
all-out.
said- Yeah, do all out strong. So you're not burning a fatigue.
You know, there is a bad guy that if he does all out and turns his back to him,
Yeah, that's a valid thing.
Yeah, but that
You
would
don't know how
require
fast
the
he is.
bad guy to run out into the fray.
oh, but he might for that. And also, you don't know what else he could do.
So if I do telegraphed, does that prevent me from defending?
No.
Normally, telegraphist increases their chances of defending.
But he has no chance to defend against me.
He has no chance. Yeah, this is the time when you do telegraphed.
Yeah, anytime you come up behind somebody and they get no defense, telegraph the crap out of that. And don't bother with deceptive or any of that garbage. Because it's utterly useless if you can't defend.
What did you ultimately decide? Did you do all out?
I'm not doing all out, but I'm going to
Okay.
just do telegraphed attack.
Okay.
And he
that's
burned
fine.
a fatigue. Yeah. You can
Gotcha.
see on the combat tracker.
Yeah, just roll it.
Come on, 3.
I just want to see if you crit fail and throw the axe somewhere.
Into get well.
Otherwise,
Yeah,
he's
well,
done.
Yeah, he didn't.
What is the armor divisor doing on there?
He just added all of that stuff on the weapon name.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why.
Right. That's weird, but whatever. Okay. So, yeah, give me damage. Suppose you could roll for vitals if you wanted.
It's cutting. Yeah, that
That's
sort of makes
true.
sense. He's rushing forward, so it's like whoosh, wide swing.
All right.
Not wild, wide.
Was okay. No damage yet.
We're still waiting for the damage.
Give me a moment.
What's the bungle? What?
All right, there you go. Actually, I don't know why I asked for the damage. I don't really care. Okay, well, yeah. So that's going to be DR3 effective in this case is 6 get through times 1.5 is 9 total to number 2. That puts him at that, which is below 0. He's effectively done. Okay, you're done.
There we go.
Well,
Well, you told him to get down, and then he got
Stayed
kill
down.
stealed.
and he stayed down. Let's see.
Don't you
One.
hate kill stealers?
1, 2, 3. See, unfortunately, I really don't want to get into Leodin's line of sight, but I also don't want to group up in the front of that door and watch this
Well,
guy like.
Leodin is very elevated at this point,
Okay.
and the steps are up at least a yard on the temples, so you're probably not going to get in his way.
Leo doesn't have
1,
line
2,
of
3,
sight
4.
on the bad guy,
Right.
does he?
No, not at the moment. Which is almost too bad.
Oh, that was weird. I don't think I've ever seen that where I just jumped to the guy's position.
Who?
Why did I can't select him. I can't. Oh, there. There we go. That was really weird. Okay, so I was here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
Done. And he casts Enlarge very briefly. Well, Dustin?
He is just getting further away. So I'm going to go ahead and do my thing.
Which thing is that?
Toss in the thing.
Throwy thing?
Yeah.
All right. How about you?
Might at least give him something to.
You need to
run
get
by.
closer.
Actually, that poses an idea. So I'm gonna step. Can I fire it out the end of my quarterstaff?
Fire or what? Is it the
Ice dagger.
thought that came out of your hand.
I believe so as well. I know there's some spells that can go out of the quarterstaff.
I think
And
that
some that
one
cannot.
specifically comes out of your hand. I would say no.
Uh,
And I
Okay.
don't think it'll help anyway.
it would have pushed me to the next range band if I could continue.
No, it would not. Next range band is at 7.
Yeah, and I thought quarterstaff was 3.
No.
What? No.
Silly person.
Yeah.
Quarterstaff is as tall as a person.
But it is 2, so that would actually get you there. Okay. Yeah,
Oh,
you're
come
right.
on. All right.
How lame is that?
Very.
Question. Can you use fast draw to put your axe back away?
Not without a perk. Well, my Nefarian guards are no longer applicable.
Mystery Warrior is like, oh crap. That didn't
Mystery
take
Warrior
long. That took
is
like 6 seconds.
Yeah, he's surprised. He thought his men would last longer than that. All right, so he's going to do a thing.
And poof. The last thing we see is him flipping us off just as he disappears.
All right. I want Kenrick to make an IQ check.
Oh, God. I'm about to get charmed, guys.
No.
Maybe not.
that. You made it. All right.
Holy cow. That's like staggeringly surprising.
You are not surprised by the fact that he blows fire at you. Yeah, he reels back and blows a gout of flame in your face. And
I said,
succeeds.
crap.
So it is a melee attack technically. This is a jet, so I believe you can block.
Yes, you
It's a
can.
melee attack.
Okay. Well, it's a different melee.
If it's like fire
specific
jet,
rules.
he can block. If it's
I
like a fire
believe
jet,
that's the case, but I'm trying to get over there so it'll show me. Can only be dodged or blocked, not parried. Okay, I knew there was a condition in there. All right. So your shield will catch fire. Okay, not literally, just a little bit. And then he will step back again. And he is getting more deeply into the shadows, and your suspicions are rising.
Well, luckily for me, apparently I've got a little bit of light on my shield, so I actually can't move any farther than that since stairs are costing us double.
All right.
Leo will begin to
Leodin
go
does not
down.
have a shot. All right. This is probably your last round anyway. All right, Murdoch. What you got? I don't think you're going to reach him. Also, you saw flames.
Can I throw my axe?
I don't know. Can you? Do you have
Well,
throwing axe?
I have throwing.
he'll
skill.
have cover, and it won't be easy, but you could potentially do it. What's the range on that?
I don't know.
Do you actually have that on the sheet for
No, I
ranged?
don't. The other thing I was
Yeah.
thinking of doing was I was gonna just drop my axe and start going for my sling. How
You
long
can.
would that take?
It will take you
Oh.
dropping the axe is a free action. It'll take one ready action to pull out the sling, and it's going to take another ready action to ready the sling, and then you can fire.
All right. To
So-
give you a idea of how far I can throw my mace, and I have a 14 right now. I can throw it a range 7 and get maximum and full damage off of it.
It's not
So-
bad.
Get that.
Under
I
range
will-
weapon mace.
Drop my axe.
GCA.
I'm
Gotcha.
going to take a step forward and start pulling out my sling. But remember,
Okay.
this is the magic sling, so the stone is already in there. So
No,
I should be
you
able
still
to-
have to ready it. It's empty
Yeah.
until you ready it.
I thought it's always full because the stone's
No.
always there.
No.
You don't have to fetch a stone to put in it, but you have to ready it. So you basically pull it back. You pinch the pocket and pull it out like you're going to throw a stone, and the stone will
Okay.
be there. Getwell saw the flames too.
Yep.
Like a crazy person, he ran toward them.
Well, but I'm kind of using the wall, and then I'm expecting another gout, and then I'm going to do the charge in and around the corner kind of thing.
It's Leodin checking to see if any of them are still twitching down there.
Yeah, he'll recover his arrows, and he won't feel the desire to stab it in a few times.
All right. Well, Dustin can't do a whole lot at this point, I think.
Nope, just gonna start to move on up.
Indeed. All right. Well, when the smoke and flame clears, Kenrick will find that there is no one home.
He fled, like the Nefarian coward that he is.
Was that guy a demon?
How has he fled?
I wonder
Well,
what
there's the
knowledge
stairs.
that would be.
Hidden Lord. I rolled it right at the very
No,
beginning when I saw him.
It's I know because I recognize the picture. And
Actually,
it
Phil
sort of
doesn't.
makes sense.
Phil doesn't know. Well, he can guess, I guess.
He's the Nefarian son, or the Overlord's son, Drago.
Uh huh. Yeah, that would be. What would that be?
But
History.
Would
yeah, it's
occultism
like
help?
I have no idea what that would actually be in terms of recognizing him.
Military history would probably work there. Area knowledge would work, but it would be highly penalized. But Dustin is at least going to be able to tell you that he looked to be a half dragon.
It's a nice tweak on the image there, Daniel. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Much
So-
better than the Dad High Horse one.
Actually fixed that one already. So you guys are going to pile in then?
Yes, we still have to find a princess.
Right. Well, within the temple, in under the stairs, you find the princess damsel, as expected, and she is accompanied by 2 other unknown females who are also all chained in the corner. The princess looks up and says, "Make you."
Yes, my lady. I've come with
It's Your Highness.
my brothers
dummy.
in arms. Yes, your highness. It is I
Uh,
and my brothers in arms, Sir Kenrick and the others.
There are no keys to the manacles here. This is the sort of thing where you just knock the pin out, basically. So you can just.
I would like to pull out the mirror and take a look.
All right. So while they are releasing her, you're going to do that?
Yeah, essentially, once I walk in and see what happens, once I walk in and see the situation with everything, yeah, I'm gonna pull out the mirror and start taking a look at it.
So you remember how to use it?
I think you like twist it around and or you sit 3 times in your hand.
That sounds familiar. I do think it has
Uh-huh.
something to do with yeah.
Yeah. And you turn it 3 times. And so you've got your back to her as you're looking through the mirror behind you, and you turn it 3 times, and you look down at the princess, and that's not her face.
Guys,
And with that, to be continued.
Nice.
Don't worry, your highness. I
Bum-ba-dum-bum-bum.
have you.
I was going to say we should
No,
lead one of the
she
other
has
damsels.
Just for the record, they are also not themselves.
Yeah, I was gonna say it would have been totally appropriate if one of them looked like the people that we know. It's like, wait a minute.
All right. Let's see. For Phil, the title is The Princess Rescue Job, Part 1.
Part 1.
Crap, that was supposed to go Dustin.
Bennies. Who gets bennies today?
That's a really good question. I'm
I
gonna
think-
vote for Getwell for coming up with the bullshit line about the spit.
The spit.
yeah, seconded.
Honestly, that was when I was
I
thinking
thought that
about
was
possible
brilliant.
solutions, and I was thinking, okay, somebody's going to do fast talk. That's probably where I would go with it. Because there's a good chance that this guy has absolutely no idea what that creature is, and it is plausible given the magical nature of the world. So, yeah, were you seconded on that?
Yeah, I think Ethan seconded it.
All right, so be it.
He also
Anybody else?
covered Murdoch's gaff, so
Hmm. All right, let's see. Anything else?
well, actually,
So,
Murdoch's just being Murdoch, so whatever.
Given that we cut it off here, I'm not gonna do the loot until next time. Because Paul, you were late. I didn't get you the loot for the previous episode, so I will do that at the beginning of the next one. Basically, just gonna have you random roll a couple of potions again.
Sounds good.
Points.
Character points, 1 each.
For reference, when you're bringing the loot, I'm going to try on one of those guys' pot helms and see if he'll fit.
Okay. For the record, they are all wearing barbutes, so it's like a pot helm that has the sides on the face. It looks like a Corinthian helm or like a.
Gotcha. So it's got the
Which
cheat
is
guards.
actually what Kenrick has.
Which is what Kendrick is wearing. And like I said, they're wearing it's cheap brigantine with the better steel. Damn it, brain fart.
Murdoch
What's the
and
DR on it?
DR5.
DR5.
They're heavy because they're cheap, but they are effective.
I have better.
So
I'm
cheap
6 plus 1.
There is a slight difference in this case. They are not flexible. Whereas you're wearing a cuirass though. And they're easier to put on without help, which you don't have a problem with the cuirass either. So you probably would not need it. But it is not cheap either. It is not inexpensive either. And that's a lot of loot there. Of course, you're going to have to haul it out by hand, and you're going to have to strip them, etc. So,
is it the wide cheat guard or the normal cheat guard?
A wide, I think. If you're using GCA, it actually has barbute in there.
Murdoch's
Oh,
okay with
barbute.
stripping them, and he'll carry it. He'll lug it behind him.
Well, we're not going to deal with that right now. We're cut off. I'm just letting you know that in the future so you can be thinking about it. Let's see what else we need to deal with. The one question that I want to ask before we go that I realize might change, but this is primarily for Dustin, is what do you intend to do at this point?
In terms of what context?
So you looked in the mirror, you saw it wasn't the princess.
Yes.
So what is his immediate plan going to be? Is he going to confront her immediately, or is he going to try to talk to people? What's he going to do?
Let me double check that it has the one I'm thinking of. Yes. I'm going to call upon impulsiveness, and he is going to flip around and immediately try to confront her and hopefully stop the party before they release her.
That's not the princess! Holding up the mirror thing.
Pretty much, yeah.
Would you like to not do that?
No. I would like to do that.
Okay. Not that I'm trying to get you to not do that. Just you could make a roll on the impulsive if you didn't want to be impulsive, but that's
No, I
fine.
want to be impulsive.
That's good. Even if it gets you killed.
Yeah, pretty much.
Or
All right,
get well killed because he's sitting right over
or
her
that.
trying to release her.
Yeah, she's got her.
She sticks him with a dagger. Oh, princess.
That would be funny.
Bookkeeping, anybody got anything?
Not yet.
All right, well, If you're watching this and you have questions, corrections, suggestions, or general hecklings, feel free to leave a comment here or find us on Discord. Thank you for watching. Limp us out.
Good night, stream.
Not everybody.